Welcome to Marty Robbins' Super Legend. Portrait of a man who was a million-selling recording artist, a Grammy Award-winning songwriter, star of the Grand Ole Opry, Las Vegas headliner, the host of 3 different TV series, star of action-packed movies, and a frequent race driver on the NASCAR Grand National Circuit. Ladies and gentlemen, your host, John Schneider.
Thank you. Marty Robbins. For 30 years, the name was magic for fans from Nashville to London, from New York to Las Vegas. Exciting, high-energy stage shows were his trademark. High-speed races were his passion, and writing moving story songs satisfied the more sensitive side to the man. But there was much more than that to Marty Robbins. He possessed the winning combination held by those who become legends: talent, fired by deep faith, and a defiant rebel spirit. With the help of Marty's family, his friends, and that wonderful music of his, it is my great pleasure to bring you the fascinating personal story of Marty Robbins, Super Legend.
Welcome to Marty Robbins' Super Legend, with your host, John Schneider, and Marty's friends, Roy Acuff, Bobby Allison, Little Jimmy Dickens, Ralph Emery, Larry Gatlin, Merle Haggard, Brenda Lee, Barbara Mandrell, Darrell Waltrip, Farron Young, the family of Marty Robbins, and many others.
And a big carnation. I'm all dressed up for the dance. A white sport coat and a big carnation. I'm all alone in romance.
From the teen songs of the 50s to his legendary songs of the Old West, Marty Robbins' popularity spanned many musical styles. He was the fans' repeated choice for awards ranging from male vocalist to single record of the year. He received worldwide acclaim and was named Best International Male Vocalist and also Great Britain's Entertainer of the Year. In 1970, he was the Academy of Country Music's first recipient of their Man of the Decade Award. The list of awards goes on and on for Marty Robbins, Super Legend. He survived 2 heart attacks and heart surgery where he technically died on the table, and also 3 major racing accidents. One was a collision with a concrete wall at 150 miles per hour. Now, Marty's career included 18 #1 records, 12 of which he wrote himself. And somehow he found the time to record 71 albums, sing or appear in more than 20 movies, host 3 of his own television series, and be one of the most loved regulars on the Grand Ole Opry. Now, whether performing on stage, competing on the racetrack, or enjoying his very, very private family life, Marty earned the reputation of doing things his way. And that's the Marty we want to tell you about. His friends in the music business commented that in his entire career, his popularity never diminished.
Marty Robbins was an incredible performer. When he walked on the stage, it was like, I'm supposed to be here. I know I'm supposed to be here, and you know I'm supposed to be here, and here we go. I remember he'd take that little guitar and he'd play it, and he'd go to the piano and he'd clown around with the band. He was really a fine songwriter. I'm very partial to singer-songwriters, I guess, as most people know. He was a great songwriter. El Paso was one of the best songs I ever heard. Some years ago, Marty hosted his own television series, the Marty Robbins Spotlight. And it was a great time, a great chance for entertainers to come on the show and sing maybe songs off their new albums or something like that, do their own little segment. But also it was a time to be able to sit there on a stool with Marty and swap songs, and I remember doing it. I enjoyed it very much. Just to sit beside the man and hear him sing, I'd pay the price of admission for that. He'd fool around a little bit and clown around and have a good time, but he had a way of letting you know that he was sitting there interested in what you were doing, and you'd sing a certain line and his eyes would kind of roll back or he'd shake his head, and that always gave me a feeling of satisfaction because this man is a man that I idolized. He was a hero of mine and still is.
Abilene, prettiest town I've ever seen. Women there don't treat you mean. In Abilene, my Abilene, I sat alone most every night, watch them trains pull outside. Don't I wish they would carry me to Abilene, my Abilene. Abilene, Abilene, prettiest town I've ever seen. Women there don't treat you mean. In Abilene, my Abilene. That's your turn. Crowded city, there ain't nothing free. Nothing in this town for me. Wish to the Lord that I could be in Abilene, my Abilene. No, Shooby-doo, Abilene, prettiest town.
The early Opry years and Marty's discovery with the king of country music, Roy Acuff, and little Jimmy Dickens, coming up next.
Throughout his career, Marty was to appear on countless major television shows and to host 3 series of his very own. Now, to the viewer's eye, Marty was relaxed and having a wonderful time.
Hey, I would like to tell you how great that was.
Oh.
And as soon as I get my breath back, I will.
That TV personality was all part of Marty's commitment to give his audience his very best. Even though it was no secret that Marty was never comfortable on television. In fact, when Marty was first offered to host his own television series, he didn't hesitate to turn it down. Only a threat from the station manager that he'd be fired from his radio job made Marty do the television show. It was that show in 1951 that led to Marty's signing with Columbia Records, a relationship that was to span almost 30 years of recording success.
Hey, Jimmy Dickens was going through Phoenix, Arizona one time with the Grand Ole Opry show, and I had a show in Phoenix, just me and the guitar playing and singing, and he came up to be on my show to plug the Grand Ole Opry show that was playing in Phoenix. And he liked my singing, and it made me happy, and I think so much of Jimmy Dickens for that he stood and listened to me. He said he liked my singing, and he was going to speak to CBS Records when he got to California. He did. CBS came to Phoenix, Arizona to listen to me and sign me up. So the people that don't like my singing, don't blame me. Blame Jimmy Dickens, because he started it.
Ladies and gentlemen, a man with a good eye, a great ear, and a big heart. Little Jimmy Dickens.
How are you? John. It's nice to see you.
My pleasure.
So you're the man to blame, as Marty would say, huh?
Well, I don't know, John. Marty always said that I was very instrumental in his career because he figured that if I could make it, anybody could. I knew immediately that there was a young man there that should be heard, and so I went on to Los Angeles with our show, with the Grand Ole Opry, and told Mr. Satherley about him, and well, he almost turned that down, too, but he did go ahead and sign it. You know, he was making $750 a month there in Phoenix.
Well, shoot.
On the station, you know, and but he did go ahead and sign, and his third record was I'll Go On Alone, which made the top 10.
Mm-hmm. That's the song that caught the attention of very, very powerful Nashville music producer Fred Rose. In fact, Mr. Rose was so impressed, he flew to Arizona and signed Marty to the songwriter's contract that brought him right here to Nashville. Marty had another top 10 hit in that first year. Here it is in one of Marty's first national television appearances. And Jimmy, see if you don't recognize the man who introduces him.
And now, neighbor, it's time for a pretty song. I know that all you good folks and friends out there will enjoy the entertainment of this particular fella because he's one of our favorites and a favorite of everybody where he's presented. Give a nice round of applause, please, neighbor, to my good friend, Marty Robbins. What do you say?
I saw you walking by his side, heard you whisper all those lies, and I couldn't keep from crying. You sang him love songs tenderly, just the way you sang his own, with his pretty words and ways. In your heart he took my place. I stood and watched him steal a kiss from two lips I know I'll miss.
It's a good feeling to know that you were a part of introducing to country music and to the world one of the greatest voices and greatest talents of all time. Marty became a member of the Opry in 1953 and one of the Opry's most loved stars. He was shy at first, but once he got the confidence, there was no telling what he might do.
I'm sure we'll hear a lot more about that when we talk to our next wonderful guest. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome the king of country music, Mr. Roy Acuff.
Hi, Don. How do you do? Pretty good. You?
I'm just fine. It's a pleasure to be sitting here with
It
you.
was nice to meet you just a while ago for my first time.
What happened when Marty Robbins first came into Nashville?
I remember very well. Marty was a fine-looking young boy with a lot of talent. And he had the kind of physique and the face and all that a lot of the young girls looked at him. And that pleased him, too. When he first started, no one knew him, and his songs were not the most popular songs that were being sung. And he wouldn't get as big a hand as he would like to have had. And but he learned how to conquer that. He started to cheer in his own self.
Yeah.
When he finished one of his songs, he'd run off over to the side of the stage and he'd get them to cheering him, you know. He wanted to hear it. And he wasn't satisfied until they did. And finally, it became part of Marty's show. They wait for Marty to lead his own cheering squad.
Really?
Yeah, but he got him into it. He'd get into anything that where you could be seen and heard and be applauded. Applauded. He lived on it. He thrived on it. One time I understood he wanted to be a prize fighter. He wanted it because there was a lot of cheering and everything.
I understand you had a nickname for him. What did you call him?
I called him Canvasback Robbins. He spent more time on the canvas on his back than he did stand-up fighting. I could have whooped him the best day you ever saw. I never did better for a fight, though, because he wasn't the type of person that I'd want to fight.
No?
He was the type of person I wanted to like.
Yeah.
And I learned to like him. I learned to love him. And believe me, he was very successful in the business that I'm in.
Yeah.
And he's an inspiration. He was a good songwriter.
Yes.
He wrote songs. He sung them well. He delivered them good. He'd fill an auditorium with people, and that's what he wanted to do.
Well, I never felt more like singing the blues, 'cause I never thought that I'd ever lose your love, dear. Why'd you do me this way? Well, I never felt more like crying all night, 'cause everything's wrong and nothing ain't right without you. You got me singing the blues. The moon and stars no longer shine. The dream is gone I thought was mine. There's nothing left for me to but cry over you. Well, I never felt more like running away, but why should I go? 'Cause I couldn't stay without you. You got me singing the blues.
We missed him so much. Missed him so much. He was just a lovable, likable young man, and he had a lot of friends. A lot of friends.
From the movie screen to the TV screen, Marty's cowboy career with Farron Young and John Schneider. Next.
I always wanted to be, I prayed to be a singing cowboy. It's what I wanted to be.
That was Marty's strongest wish, to follow in the footsteps of his hero, Gene Autry, the one man who influenced him more than anyone else throughout his lifetime.
Because, see, when I was a little kid, like 9, 10, and 11 years old, I would pick cotton, or I would clean ditch, whatever I could find a job. I'd have to walk from where I lived, way out on the desert, into the nearest house was about 8 miles. And I wouldn't get but about 25 cents a day. but it only cost, I think, 10 cents to get in the movie, and the biggest bottle of pop that you could get was a nickel, and you could get a big sack of popcorn for 5 cents also. So I'd have a nickel left. Well, I would go in at 12:45 when it opened, and I would stay till Gene Autry was through that night, 10 something. I'd walk back across the desert by myself, you know, just a little kid. But I wasn't afraid, because I had just seen Gene Autry, and I was Gene Autry that night, you know.
Marty built his childhood dreams on fantasies of the Old West. Later, as a young man, movies were no longer an escape. They were reality, as Marty began a long movie career, singing or appearing in more than 20 films. Well, naturally, the scripts were about things that Marty loved the most: country music, racing, and cowboys in the Old West.
Just in my vision, but plainly I see the ranger that killed her is standing there waiting for me. I rise to meet him, my one thought is beating. He deserves death, and I swear that this ranger will die. I beat his jaw and I shot him 6 times just as fast as the bullets could fly. My gun is empty, or more I will shoot him. Now there are others just like him that want me to die. Their bullets are coming my way. How they hurt when they hit me. The pain makes me fall to the ground.
It wasn't unusual for country music fans to spot some of their other favorite singers in Marty's westerns either. He had saddle pals like Webb Pierce, Carl Smith, and the singing sheriff, Mr. Farron Young.
Hello, Walt.
Hello.
Hello, John.
How are you?
Good to be here with you.
Well, thanks for coming out. Why don't you share some experiences? I mean, the early years of Marty in the movies.
The writers, I hear nowadays, complain if you change anything in a script.
Yeah.
Marty Robbins rewrote scripts right as you shot the film. You never knew what he was going to do. I had a death scene one time where I shot Marty. When Marty keeps looking at me, and by the time we really get serious, he gives me the high sign. Well, they got to cut. Cut with this. We did this 30 times. And the worst part was when I finally get him into the local jail, I had to get Marty off the horse and put him on my back, and we was in Kanab, Utah. Mm-hmm. The sand is this deep. And Marty wasn't all that light. I'm not too big a guy anyway. But I get him over my shoulder, and I'm walking right at the camera, and Marty's goosing me. Nobody can see me. And I'm trying to keep a straight face. So we did this about 10 takes, too, till I was down to my knees in the sand.
Let's get back to Gene Autry for 1 second. There was one story that Marty enjoyed telling about Gene Autry over and over and over.
First time I ever saw him, I came in when the movie was on, and I remember the very first words I heard him say. He had done something that was real great, so they wanted to run him for sheriff of this little town. And so he climbed up into a wagon, and I don't know where the guitar came from, but he got it. And he said, well, he said, I'm not much at making speeches. I guess I'll just have to sing for you. So he sang a song.
You know, if you ever saw Marty's series, The Drifter, now you know that Marty must have took a lesson from Gene Autry, because the Drifter's answer to any situation was to sing a song.
You're sure a dead ringer for the Sundown Kid. Say, you by any chance play that thing and maybe sing a little bit?
Oh, yeah, I play a few numbers on it.
Well, I happen to know that the kid couldn't carry a tune in a bucket, so if you can play that thing and sing, I guess, well, maybe you ain't him.
Take the gun barrel off and drop it. Don't make no sudden moves. I ain't shot a revenue in nigh on to a year.
Just do what Paul says.
You pick that thing and sing, stranger?
Oh, a little bit.
Sing us one, so while we decide what we're gonna do with you.
I'd shake your hands if I could, but I'm kind of tied up right
just
now.
A little bit. On time here, boys, and give him back his gun and guitar.
Thanks.
Drifter, it's good to see you again, buddy. No
Good
kidding.
to see
Real
you.
nice. Captain, this drifter is the singingest one man I ever heard in my life.
Well, what I heard a little while ago, Bob, I'm kind of inclined to go along with you there. Feel like doing another one?
Well, sir, I sure do. Matter of fact, people tell me that I'd sing at the drop of a hat.
Well, now, if that's all you're waiting for, buddy, there's a hat.
That's enough reason for me to sing.
8 songs in every show. Wow. Now, the drifter might have been a cowboy, but he was just like Marty. He sang every kind of music, from Mexican to Hawaiian, cowboy, a little bit of everything. You know, one of my favorites was when Tex Ritter talked the drifter into singing the beautiful song, Cool, Clear Water.
Ain't no cool water. All day I face the barren waste without the taste of water. Cool water. Oh, Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water. Cool, clear water.
It didn't matter whether Marty was singing, acting, or writing. He loved the stories inspired by the Old West. In 1959, a very controversial Marty Robbins record was released, and that was to make music history. The controversy over El Paso was that it was 4 minutes and 37 seconds long. Now, that was an unheard of length for a record in that day and age. The song was heard again and again across the entire country, as it stayed on the charts for 14 months. It earned Marty a gold record, a gold album, and it was the first Grammy ever awarded to a country song.
Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, fell in love with a Mexican girl. By time of finding in Rose's Cantina, music would play and Polino would whirl. Blacker than night were the eyes of Polino, looking at evil while casting a spell. My love was deep for this Mexican maid. I was in love, but in vain I could tell. One night a wild young cowboy came in, wild as the West Texas wind. Dashing and daring, the drink he was sharing with wicked Paulina, the girl that I love. So in anger, I challenged his rifle for love displayed. Down put his hand for the gun that he wore. My challenge was answered in less than a heartbeat, and some young stranger lay dead on the floor. Just for a moment, I stood there in silence, shocked for the foul evil deed I had done. Many thoughts raced through my mind as I stood there. I had but one chance, and that was to run. Out through the back door of Rosie's I ran, out where the horse they were torn. I caught a good one, it looked like a good one, up on his back and away I did ride, just as fast as I could from the West Texas town of El Paso down to the Badlands of New Mexico. Back in El Paso, my life would be worthless. Everything's gone and like nothing is left. It's been so long since I've seen the young maid. My love is stronger than my fear of death. I set it up and away I would go, riding alone in the dark. Maybe tomorrow a bullet will find me. Tonight nothing's worse than this pain in my heart. And at last here I am on the hill overlooking El Paso. I can see Rose's Cantina below.
Off to my right, I see 500 cowboys. Off to my left, right, a dozen or more. Shouting and shooting, I can't let them catch me. I have to make it to Rose's back door. Something dreadful, you're on, for I feel a deep burning pain in my soul. Though I am trying to stay in the saddle, I'm getting weary, unable to run weary. But my love for Paulina is stronger. I rise to my fall. Though I am weary, I can't stop to rest. I see the white puff of smoke from the white hole. I feel the bullet go deep in my chest. From out of nowhere, Paulina has found me, kissing my cheek as she kneels by my side. Cradled by two loving arms and our rifle, one little kiss and Paulina,
major heart surgery, and a musical comeback with friends Merle Haggard and Ralph Emery when we come back to Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
In 1968, a major Las Vegas showroom booked the very first country artist to appear on the strip. It was Marty Robbins. Marty performed to sell-out crowds, to great reviews, and country music found a brand new audience starting that night. 1 year later, though, working his way back to Nashville, after another successful Las Vegas engagement, Marty suffered a major heart attack. In a later television interview, Marty described his feelings.
When I finally decided it might be a heart attack, you know, I had already turned a number of different colors, you know, but I couldn't hear anything that the guys in the band were saying. And we were about an hour away from a hospital. And I couldn't hear anything they were saying, or I couldn't feel them touching me, you see. And I felt like I was a hot dog, just ready to pop open. You know, I had such a terrible pain in my chest.
At the hospital, the diagnosis was made, and Marty's reaction was typical.
He said, "You've had a heart attack." I said, "No." So he said, "Well, you're going to have to stay here 3 days." I said, "Oh, I can't. We got a show date to do this afternoon." And he said, "You're not going to do the show date." He says, "You're staying here for 3 days." So I said to him, I said, "Well, look," I said, if I promise to go to Cleveland, which was about 40 miles away, I said, and catch a plane back to Nashville, I said, "Will you let me go?" He said, "Yeah." He says, "If you promise to do that." We went up and played the show date. I had a big time jumping all around the stage, just having a big time, with only half of my heart beating. The lower half had stopped.
Marty's longtime friends and band members, Bobby Sykes and Don Winters, will never forget that show.
He would not disappoint them in any way if it was at all possible. So although we didn't want him to do the show, he said, "No, we're going to do the show because I'm not going to disappoint those people."
I was literally scared to death. I couldn't keep my eyes off of Marty because, like I said, he kept, you know, giving little facial expressions. I knew it was hurting.
About 20 minutes prior to the normal end of the show, Marty, we noticed he wasn't very active on stage. He was staying more or less stationary. And he looked over at me and he said, "Bobby," between songs, he said, go to the manager's show and have him get me some security to get me to the bus." He said, "I don't want to stop for anything or anyone." He said, "I really feel bad." And we could tell that he was getting a little ashen looking, you know, a little washed out looking and haggard looking. And El Paso is a very demanding song. We finished with El Paso, and he handed Don Winters his guitar, and he looked at me, and it was just almost a blank look, but he said, "Boy," he said, "I'd like not to have made that."
One of the few, I think, entertainers that would, he'd give a show for his fans, or he'd fall on stage crying.
Back in Nashville, Marty was told that he had from 3 to 6 months to live unless he agreed to have very risky open-heart surgery, which at that time was extremely experimental. Marty became the 15th person in medical history to have bypass surgery. Years later, Marty revealed that after that surgery, he came as close as he ever had to giving up. But he found the strength he needed to fight back, maybe because of a very moving experience.
Now, the doctor said that I died while I was on the operating table, you see. I want to tell you something that happened to me. Well, I saw, and I've only told this to my wife. Now, maybe I was dead, maybe I wasn't. But I saw a river. I never told this to anybody except my wife. And I saw underneath the tree on the other side, I saw Jesus Christ. I saw him in a purple robe with a white, something white. Maybe it was another robe underneath it, about 2 or 3 inches of the white robe hanging out. I wanted to walk across this river to him, and he shook his head.
A deeply religious person, Marty often said, "I'm a believer, not a preacher." And he believed if he were meant to live, he should live life to its fullest.
The doctor told me that I would never race again. In fact, he said, "You'll live a very quiet life." I said, "Hey, no way I'd live a quiet life." And, I didn't think it was up to him to tell me I was going to have to live a quiet life.
Don Winters recalls his recovery.
Marty said the first thing he wanted when he was able to raise his hands, he wanted a guitar. And he said he wrote a song called My Woman, My Woman, My Wife. And he wrote it for his dear wife, Arizona, because she was always there, and she inspired him to write this song. Well, I couldn't believe it. Marty, within about 4 weeks after his operation, he was on the farm on a tractor plowing. I found this hard to believe, but he was a determined man, and you couldn't hold him down. He's one of these people, I guess, that just overcome all the obstacles and got right back on his feet.
And so, in a matter of weeks, Marty made his return appearance at the Opry. Just days later, Marty starred in his very own television special, which was hosted by his close friend, Nashville's premier DJ and TV talk show host, Ralph Emery.
Hey, John. I'm fine, thank you.
Great. Well, you probably knew Marty better than anybody. How long was your relationship?
I knew Marty for 30 years, from 1953 until he died. I knew Marty when I worked at Franklin, Tennessee, and then I knew him when I moved to Nashville to WSIX. He used to come down and appear on a program I did there, and then I moved to WSM, and I played records all night. And Marty loved to play the piano, and he would come in and play the piano all night, and he must have known bits and pieces of 1,000 songs. In the beginning, he was very shy about letting anybody watch this, but he was very relaxed. But basically, that consisted of Marty playing for hours upon hours, and occasionally, just to give him a break and me a break, we'd play a record.
I hear that there were a couple of many funny things that happened where trying to interview Marty on the show, not singing but talking.
Of all the people I have ever interviewed, only 2 intimidated me, particularly in the young years. One was Johnny Cash, and the other was Marty Robbins. And one night he came in about 2:30 in the morning, and I said, "Great, folks, Marty Robbins is here. Hi, Marty." And he wouldn't say a word. So I'd come out of the record, and this one, and I would say, "Marty Robbins is here. Come on, Marty. Now tell these folks you're here." So we can,
please.
You want to play the piano? You want to play the guitar? He wouldn't say a word. This went on for half an hour. And finally, about 3 in the morning, he kicked in and said hello. Another thing he would do, Murfreesboro, Tennessee is a town about, I guess, 30 or 40 miles up I-24. And he would drive to Murfreesboro so that he could place a long-distance call to my all-night program as a truck driver. And he would change his voice, and I've forgotten the name he would use, but he would change his voice and call me and tell me, now, first of all, he would set you up by telling you how wonderful he thought you were. See? He said, well, I listen to your program all the time. I really think you're terrific. And, you know, now he's got you hooked. And you say, well, great. Let me play you a record. Who's your favorite singer? He said, boy, I love it, Marty Robbins. I think that Marty Robbins is the greatest singer I ever heard.
You also did, you did radio. You've done a lot of things together. You did television as well.
The most delightful and perhaps the most spontaneous things we did were two shows we did in 1970. The first one was right after Marty had had his open heart surgery, and it was a show to welcome him back. I think you alluded to that. And we climaxed it in October during Country Music Month and during the Disc Jockey Convention with a battle of bands, or actually a battle of songs and a battle of songsters. Marty Robbins versus Merle Haggard.
Oh, really?
And Marty wore the wildest blue and white check jacket. And I told him, I said, you may not outsing Merle, but you sure outdressed him.
Let him wear the coat. There you go. Feel undressed, sir. Let me have yours. Okay. Friends, you have to have a lot of nerve to stay in this business.
And they really got into some great chemistry. The reason I selected them was because of their mutual respect. They had mutual respect for each other's talent. They liked each other as individuals. Merle even did an impression of Marty Robbins.
Now, do you
Better
feel...
hang on that, buddy.
Do you feel like Marty Robbins now?
No. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4.
I told Mary about us. I told her about everything. Mary cried and forgave me. Mary took me back again. Said if I wanted my freedom, I could be free evermore. But I don't want to be, and I don't want to see Mary cry anymore. Oh, devil woman, laugh with me. Devil woman, laugh with me. Leave me alone, I want to go home.
Those were the two that had the greatest spontaneity and fun and warmth.
I want you to be as happy as I when you love me. I'll never forget you. You're a sweet memory. It's all over now. Don't worry about me. When one heart tells one heart goodbye. One heart is free. One heart will cry. Oh, 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 oh. Sweet baby, sweet. It's all right now. Don't worry about me.
Barbara Mandrell shares memories and performances with Marty when we return to Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
The music industry is rich with talented performers. But what is it? What is it that sets some apart that they're called great entertainers? Well, when Marty expressed his thoughts on what makes a great entertainer, he described superstar Barbara Mandrell.
I thought it was, it was right. Barbara Mandrell winning the Entertainer of the Year, because I think to be an entertainer, you have to entertain and sing. So to be an entertainer, you have to do a number of things. You can play the guitar, you can play 3 or 4 different instruments, and you can sing, and you can pull a little comedy.
What a beautiful
That's not it.
That wasn't
I
it?
don't know why you got me into that. You know how much I like Roy Cuff?
I love
You
it.
did that to me.
I love that.
Play something that, the guy wanted to boogie, he could. Get down.
All right,
bad.
something a little bit more oomph to it.
Yeah.
Are you ready?
You know it.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And I think you'll find that the feelings Barbara expressed show that the admiration was mutual.
To me, Marty Robbins was, in every sense of the word, an entertainer for a very important reason. When he performed for you, when he performed for me, he really concentrated on us. He gave a lot of physical energy and a tremendous amount of emotional and mental energy. He shared with us. He was himself. He was warm. I always got such a marvelous, great feeling of being entertained when he performed.
Ribbon of darkness over me since my true love walked out the door. Tears I never had before. Ribbon of darkness over me. Clouds are gathering over my head that chill the day and hide the sun, that shroud the night when day is done. Ribbon of darkness over me. I have never known this feeling like spring's June. Rain is falling on the meadow where once my love and I did lie. Now she is gone from the meadow. My how I wish your heart could see how mine just aches and breaks all day. Come on back and take away ribbon of darkness over me.
One of my favorite memories of Marty Robbins was something that occurred during fanfare at a thing called the All-American Country Games. And I was very proud that I was one of the team captains. There was a red team, a blue team, and a white team. And he was on my team. And I think of all the things we had in common, this was the most special thing to me. Marty Robbins was a tremendous competitor. And I'm sure that maybe you think that you know that because of his fantastic race car driving and, his sportsmanship that made him want to compete. But I mean, he was a very competitive person. That particular day, it was close to 100 degrees out there. We were so hot. We were so tired. It was all we could do to put forth all this physical energy. And Marty had already had some very difficult physical conditions and had the open heart surgery. And I remember being so shocked when I turned and looked, and I put him in the soccer competition, but only to do a little bit of it, in and out, and not be in that long in the heat. He was in there the whole time. I mean, fighting, going, doing, kicking. He wanted to win. He loved it, every minute of it. And I think that of all the things, that's what I most shared in common with the fantastic sportsman, Marty Robbins. Working with Marty Robbins, those of us that had the privilege of being able to work with Marty Robbins, I must say, we never knew what was ahead because he would always do things on such a spur of the moment, whatever he felt like, whatever was going through his mind at the time. And he was so funny and so witty.
Well, if you want to try, look me over into something else that fits your plan. It's all right if you will only tell me what it's gonna take to be your man. Love me, oh, love me like nobody else can do. And just let me go on needing you.
There's an expression in our business that says, the show must go on. Now, I don't know who it was that ever invented that saying, but sometimes you wonder, you know, were they insane, were they nuts? Because there are times when it's incredibly difficult. Marty Robbins was a tremendous example for all of us as far as having difficult things that could be a great setback in terms of not wanting to perform. I don't feel like it. I have to take care of my health. Why should I bother? But Marty, because of his heart, in the sense of not just the, sadly, the physical things that were wrong, but his heart was so full of love for all of us that enjoyed his music, that he knew his show must go on. He wanted to bring that show to us. I've thought about that many, many times, and I've used that as an example to myself. He was quite a man in that respect, in every sense of the word.
A superstar and a super legend, both hard-driven and both building careers on heartfelt relationships with their fans.
Next, Marty the race car driver with NASCAR greats Bobby Allison and Darrell Waltrip on Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
Ask Marty about Devil Woman, and he might have talked about his hit song, or maybe his stock car, or maybe even both.
Devil woman, don't leave. Devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I wanna go.
Music and racing were two of Marty's greatest joys, and they could not be separated. As a matter of fact, there was a tradition at the Grand Ole Opry that developed because of Marty's racing. Every Saturday night, Marty was the last act to appear, just so he'd have time to race at the Nashville Speedway before going on stage. You know, some people even say that Marty ran his best race on those last-minute trips from the racetrack to the Opry. With Marty, it was almost an obsession. Long ago, he had decided that racing couldn't just be a spectator sport for him. Like many other celebrities, like Gene Hackman, Steve McQueen, Paul Newman, James Garner, and even myself, Marty just couldn't resist the thrills of high-speed racing.
Well, I think I'm a careful driver. Now, as far as being as a good driver, I think you better ask the other drivers about that. But I don't think I get in their way. You know, I try to stay out of the way of the fast ones. And I find me one that's about my speed, and I chase him all day long. You see, that's what the fun of it is.
By 1972, Marty had moved to NASCAR's grand national events, where he raced against the advice of doctors, against the wishes of family, friends, and also business associates. And Marty raced until just 1 month before his death, when he entered in the Atlanta 500. Well, we've been talking an awful lot about racing, But here are two gentlemen who can tell you what it's like from right behind the wheel. Ladies and gentlemen, NASCAR superstars Bobby Allison and Darrell Waltrip. I have to ask a question. There are people who sing, there are people who write, and there are people who race. Was Marty Robbins considered a singer who was trying to race, or was Marty Robbins considered a race driver when he was on the track?
Well, I probably raced against Marty before Darrell did, and I would say that at first Marty was a singer who had a second love that was racing, and he began to pursue that. The problem with us was that he got better at it, and that led into his continuation of his racing activities.
Yeah.
I would say at first he found himself in strange territory, but he got where he could really go good in a car.
Yeah, he always told me he was using his singing talents to back into his driving career. That's what he told me. He was trying to make an income, get some money so he could sponsor a race car. That was a good way to do it.
I've heard stories about a certain 100-lap championship race where Marty was running first for 83 laps until a certain individual passed him and won. Would that be you?
Well, yeah, and in fact, let me tell you how I remember that. He didn't run first for the first 83 laps. He ran first a lot during the first 83 laps. We swapped the lead several times that night. And I finally got the lead back right there at the end of the race and was able to hold on to it.
Let me tell you how I remember it.
Okay.
Because Marty told me, and I'm sure this is the way it was. He looked at his watch. It was 9:45, and he had to be on the Opry at 10 o'clock. So at 83 laps, he couldn't help it. The race wasn't over, but he had to pull in and come on over to the Opry so he wouldn't miss the show.
He finished second, Darrell.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. I think a track that he really liked, and I think everyone will have to agree with me, the track that he really enjoyed going to and running at was Talladega.
Yeah.
And, it was an incredibly fast place, but at 180, 185 miles an hour, the track really was drivable. And that's the speeds we were running at the time. And I'll tell another cute little story on him if you'll let me.
Sure.
My brother was keeping his car up at the time. And this was one of the famous purple and yellow Dodges that Marty loved. And Marty came and said, "Eddie, I really want to go fast. Can't you do something for me?" And Eddie said, "Well, we're doing all we can, Marty. Got certain rules." He says, "Well, Eddie, come on. Do something for me."
Oh, no.
Fix this thing.
So Eddie,
Eddie
did something for him. And Marty was out there, he waited until the race was going on quite a ways. And we had an apparatus that let all the restrictors fall out of the carburetor.
Oops.
And so now all of a sudden he had a great big carburetor. And Marty is out there, and he's passing Richard Petty, and he's passing me, and he's passing David Pearson. And he'd go by, and then he'd back off, and then he'd pass again. And finally he pulled in the pits and confessed to NASCAR, that he had violated the rules a little bit. And they got all upset about everything, but we all had a good laugh about that, and I think Marty probably had his most enjoyable race that day.
Yeah. He told me, he said, "I just wanted to pull up beside a Richard Petty one time and look him in the eye."
Bye.
That was great.
It was a priceless moment.
And of course, we know that he also was involved in a very bad crash there. Talladega not only is famous for its great speed, but also for its just chilling crashes. And he was unfortunate enough to be involved in one of those. But he went to Daytona and raced hard there and went fast, and of course at Charlotte. And had a little unfortunate incident at one of the races at Charlotte.
I was up in front of him. Myself and 2 or 3 other cars were spinning, and I don't really recall what happened to cause it, but I look up the track, and Marty was coming down through there with several other cars, and to show his ability as a race driver, he turned his car, hit the concrete wall to keep from hitting me in the door, and probably if he hadn't have did that, if he had not been a good experienced race driver, I may not be here today.
He was known as a driver more than he was what we refer to as a crash artist. Guys that don't race a lot have a tendency to come in and they're not used to the car and the track, and they get themselves in a lot of trouble. Marty was really he was conservative enough and he was intelligent enough to know the difference between going too fast and ever how fast Marty wanted to go. And he normally didn't get himself in a lot of trouble. He usually kept his nose clean, and he had some good finishes over the years. He finished real well at Darlington one year, which I know I've heard Ronnie say that was probably his best race. And Darlington is our toughest track, so
Really?
to finish in the top 10 there is a real feat.
Well, I guess the only thing left to do now is take you to a Marty Robbins concert, and that's coming up next.
Still to come, Marty at his best, and a conversation with his family on Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
A Coliseum full of fans. Marty Robbins at his very best, in concert.
Return to me, oh my dear, I'm so lonely. Hurry back, oh my love, hurry back, I'm yours. Return to me, for my heart wants you only. Hurry back, won't you please hurry back to my home? My darling, if I hurt you, I'm sorry. Forgive me, and please say you are mine. Regresi a mí, no me dejes tan solo. Hurry back, oh my love, hurry back to my beyond the reef, where the sea is dark and cold. My love has gone, and my dreams grow old. There'll be no tears, there'll be no regretting. Will she remember me? Easy, baby. Will she forget? I'll send 1,000 flowers with a trade wind flow. I'll send my lonely heart, 'cause I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then my heart will be beyond the
Now, I want to do a song here. Like I said a while ago, I've written quite a lot of songs, you see. Some I'm proud of, some I'm not. This song has been recorded by many people. Now, some of them, you people don't know the man that first recorded this. His name is Frankie Lane. He had a big hit on this song. And since then, many people have recorded this, including myself. But I'm really proud that Elvis did it, because he recorded it. Even though he only put it in an album, his albums sell like my singles, you know, a lot. Now wait, I don't want to give it to you too quick. You can't handle it. Because I know, you see, I can't do the song as well as the others do it. But you got to remember this. I wrote the song, and if I want to, I can sing it.
Born in the heat of the desert, my mother died giving me life. Despised and disliked from my father, blamed for the loss of his wife. You know, Lord, I've been in a prison for something that I never done. It's been one hill after another, and I've climbed them, Lord, one by one. But this time you gave me a mountain that I may never climb. It isn't a hill any longer. Lord, you gave me a mountain this time. My woman got tired of the hardship, tired of the grief and the strife, tired of working for nothing, tired of being my wife. She took my one ray of sunshine, she took my pride and my joy, she took my reason for living, when she took my small baby boy. And this time you gave me a mountain that I may never climb. It isn't a hill any longer. Lord, you gave me a mountain this time.
There's another one here that I want to do for you. This was a song also recorded by Elvis Presley. Now wait! I also recorded it. Now you see, on the other one, he did a lot better than I did, you see. But on this particular song right here, you see, Presley recorded it first. But see, for Presley, now the song didn't do too well. But for me, it went to number one. So watch, see what I tell you.
Well, that's all right, Mama. That's all right with you. That's all right, Mama. Any way you want to do it, that's all right. That's all right. That's all right, Mama. Any way you do. That's all right. That's all right, woman. Any way you
Personal memories of Marty with his family. Arizona, Ronnie, and Janet. Next on Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
She's the foundation I lean on. My woman, my woman, my wife.
My Woman, My Woman, My Wife. A very special song in Marty Robbins' career. It was special because it won Marty his second Grammy Award, but even more so because it was one of the rare insights into a very private side of Marty Robbins. That side is his family life. And here is the lady that song was written about. Marty's very, very special and very lovely wife, Arizona. Hello. How are you? You look wonderful. I understand that you and Marty met in a soda shop. What were your first impressions of him?
Oh, I was only 15.
Uh-huh.
And he had just gotten out of the Navy, and he was, I like to say he was fresh out of the Navy because he was very, very fresh the first time I saw him. He came in and he was quite flirty.
Mm-hmm.
But I think it must have been love at first sight. I was 15 and he was 20, so my mother thought he was an old man.
An old man at 20?
Right.
Oh, well, what's that
She
make
wanted
me?
to know why I wanted to date that old man. But he drove up on a motorcycle while I was working in the malt shop, and he said, he told his buddy, he says, I'm going to marry that girl. First time he laid eyes on me.
Really?
So I worked till midnight, and he asked me if he could walk me home during, each night, and so that's how it started.
So what was it that got you from, your name has Arizona. What is it that got you to move, you all to pack up a bag and baggage and move to Nashville, Tennessee?
Well, I have to tell you this. We were living in a one-room trailer, and Marty was making about $14 a week, and he used to say, I'm going to be on the Grand Ole Opry, and I'm going to make records. And I didn't want to discourage him, but I really didn't believe it. But he really had that, he used to say, if I want something badly enough, and I pray for it, God will give it to me. And so he was doing a television show every day, and I think Jimmy Dickens, and there were others, I believe, who had seen him. And he got an offer to be on the Grand Ole Opry for I think just a guest spot at first. And then they liked him, so we moved to Nashville, and I'm telling you, it was hard on me because I loved Phoenix.
Marty and Arizona's marriage lasted 34 wonderful years, and he was blessed with 2 children, Ronnie and Janet. Did he share a lot of his childhood with you? Did he talk about growing up and where his music came from?
Well, I think he didn't talk a lot. In my early childhood, he didn't talk about his childhood much because he had a pretty hard childhood. His biggest influence, I think, was probably I guess we have found out since we've started researching that it was his grandfather. His name was Texas Bob Heckle, and he was probably a medicine man. I don't know. He was a little bit of everything. He was supposed to be a Texas Ranger, and just a pretty colorful guy, And I think he was really instrumental in planting a lot of seeds in Daddy's mind that became song ideas later on.
So he had a choice of becoming a medicine man, a Texas Ranger, or a musician. I think we're all pretty glad he chose the musician.
I think I am.
Janet, now you've written a lot of songs. You sing as well. Very, very musical, very talented family. Tell us a little bit about growing up with Marty Robbins.
Dad is my idol. He was. Every time, if he were on the road and maybe I would get a little lonely or start missing him, then I'd just go get an album, put it on, put on a cowboy hat, pretend I was Marty Robbins, or go out on the range and then come back to Earth and into my real little life. And he was my idol.
Really?
Sure.
That's
sure
terrific.
He was. I always wanted to be able to sing as well as he could.
Yeah?
I still do.
A lot of people do.
Are you Daddy's little girl?
Oh, always,
Uh-huh.
of course. I was Daddy's little princess.
Oh.
Yes. Well, being the only girl, it wasn't difficult to do.
Little rat.
Yeah. That too.
Yeah.
I remember how excited she was once when she came back from Florida after being down there for a while, and she said, "Mama, Daddy is a great entertainer." She said, "I knew he could sing, but I didn't know he could entertain."
I was 19 years old
"Here."
before I ever saw my own father perform, I believe. So when I came back, I made the realization, or found the realization, that he was a good entertainer.
It was hard to picture him when we were growing up as an entertainer because we didn't see that side. You know, he was totally different when he was at home. He was very much a father, very much just a family man, and he went to great extremes to separate that. And the first time, well, of course, I saw him on TV. I think when I was around 3 years old, and back then there were about 4-foot cabinets and about a 10-inch screen. And it was big enough to get somebody inside of one, but being 3 years old, I thought he was inside of that box. And I was looking around behind it trying to figure out how to get him out, And I really never saw him again, I guess, until I was around 15 when I went on a road trip with him to Charlotte, North Carolina. It was a big package show with the Osmond Brothers, and it seemed to me like Farron Young was on that. I don't remember now, but he was the headliner. Dad was the headliner, and that was about a 20,000-seater Coliseum, and it was full.
I've heard a lot about the work being work and family and home life being family and home life, but I understand that there's a time or two where those boundaries were crossed, where a little bit of work happened not only with Marty out on the road, but with you as well.
My son, my son!
I was encouraged to get in show business. I enjoyed it. I don't know if I'd gotten into it if he hadn't encouraged me, but he didn't, he never was pushy. He always let me, go to school and flunk out, work with little college bands, and I don't know, he really let me learn for myself what I wanted to do, and he showed me by experience rather than just by saying, this is the way it needs to be done, or this, do it this way because that's the way I say. He wasn't like that. And he showed me how to do it by his experience and really, just by being a good teacher. And he was.
And Janet, now, being Daddy's little girl, and being someone, Marty, who's been in show business for so long at the time, and knowing what on the road is like and knowing what all the kind of the perils of show business are, did he have any specific advice or particular warnings to give you about getting into showbiz?
Lots of warnings. As far as advice, probably the best advice, and I could go towards anything, not only just performing, just believe in yourself. And when other people recognize that, that they will also believe in yourself too. And it works.
How come you didn't sing?
I often say I sure hate to live on what I could make singing.
Well, you will be around forever in a beautiful, beautiful song, My Woman, My Woman, My Wife.
Hands are strong, but wrinkled, doing work that never gets done. Hear this lost of the beauty by too many hours in the song. Eyes that show some disappointment, and there's been quite a lot in her life. She's the foundation I lean on, my woman, my woman, my wife. Every day has been uphill. We climb, but we can't reach the top. I'm weak, and I'm easily discouraged. She just smiles when I want to stop. Lips that are weary but tender, with love that strengthens my life. A sailor's dress made of gingham, my woman, my wife. Two little babies were born in the spring, but died when the winter was new. I lost control of my mind and my soul, but my woman's faith carried us through. When she reaches that river, Lord, you know what she's worth. Give her that mansion up yonder, 'cause she's been through hell here on earth. Lord, give her my share of heaven, if I've earned any here in this life. God, I believe she deserves it. My woman, my woman, my
Coming up next, lifelong friend Brenda Lee and country music's highest honor on Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memories among my souvenirs.
That song was never supposed to be recorded by Marty. As a matter of fact, it was cut at the end of the session almost as an afterthought. Selected on a whim, it became another #1 hit for him. And that's just the way things happen for Marty. He bent the rules, he broke the rules, and he took chances. Marty did things his way, and Marty was usually right. There is one young lady who knew Marty both as a fellow performer and also as a personal friend. Why don't you welcome one of country music's most special ladies, Miss Brenda Lee.
Thank you.
How are you?
I'm fine. How are you?
Just fine. You look terrific.
Thank you.
What was it like? Of all the people that I've talked to, very few people have been able to say that they were his friend and that they worked with him as well.
Well, I met Marty when I was very young, about 10 or 11, when I first came to Nashville. We did some shows together, and then I used to go to his house. And after I married, I still went to his house, and he'd sit down at the piano and play. In fact, he had just written a song once when I went over called Don't Worry About Me. He sat down on the piano, and he played it, and he said, what do you think about this? And it was, now that I think back, at the time, it was like that wasn't anything unusual. But now when I think back, I think, golly, Marty Robbins. And I sat there and he played me this song, you know, and he wanted my opinion. And he was a great guy, and he loved performing. And I think the main reason he did was because of the fans. He had no age gap. Little kids loved him, and teenagers loved him, and wives loved him, and grandmothers loved him, and men liked him. Yeah. So he covered all bases, and it was wonderful.
Well, speaking of fans, I know that a lot of times you read in the papers about fans who send letters and things when people have health problems and things. He had a heart attack in 1981. That kept him off the road for, I believe it was 2 months.
He got right back up again. You know, after he had it, of course, he got a tremendous amount of mail, thousands and thousands and thousands of letters. And I think he just made up his mind that he was going to go out and and resume the same things that he had always done, but with more vigor, and he certainly did that. And he was never one to sort of lay down and give up.
I've waited all evening for you to come on. I just, and since you've been off and you've not been feeling well, and we're so glad to have you back, and we're glad that you're in good health.
Thank you. I'm very happy to be back. This is my first time back since back in December sometime.
Yeah.
And
Well, you promised me a few things, Marty, if I should put you on the spot. I know that you've got a little troubles within your health, and I do have the same troubles that you do. Let's you and I both try to stay around here for a long, long time, because we need people like you.
I tell you now, I want to stay around because, you see, I owe too much money to go. So I have got to stay.
Yeah, well, both of us.
And I'm taking my time paying them off.
Well, yeah.
I always have to come back on how much Marty thrived on the love of the fans.
That's right, and not just here, but all over the world, you know, especially in England. I remember once he went over to do the Wembley Festival, and then after that he had to go back every year. So they loved him. Marty knew how much his fans loved him, but in the final year of his life, he found out just how much all of us in country music thought of him.
It was 1982, the night that Marty Robbins was inducted to the Country Music Hall of Fame. There, under Marty's portrait, is this inscription: Marty Robbins, quintessential entertainer whose music has delighted audiences everywhere. His Arizona heritage greatly influenced the Western ballads he was later to write and record. He won the first Grammy Award for a country song, El Paso, was the first Nashville artist to appear in Las Vegas, and the first to perform at the new Opry House. One of country's most successful stars, he has won innumerable awards for his recording, writing, and performing. Marty's good friend, a 20-year Hall of Famer himself, Eddie Arnold, presented the award that night. In looking back, Marty's acceptance speech was almost prophetic.
Marty Robbins, come up there.
Welcome to Hall of Fame, Marty.
Well, I don't know. Somebody's looking at me. I never had any idea that this would happen, because I really feel there are other people that deserve it, you know, before I should get it. But I think, you know, possibly that it might not happen again, so I'm going to take it tonight. And I thank everybody that had anything to do with it. And I do appreciate it very much. And I appreciate being on the show here tonight. Thank you.
Marty Robbins and an award-winning song next on Marty Robbins' Super Legend.
Well, 2 hours is hardly enough time to paint a portrait of a man as complex as Marty Robbins. But from the time that we've spent with his family, his friends, and his music, we can each make our own memory of Marty. We've seen the kind of man that he was. He was a fighter and a winner, and there was no quit in him. Even in what was to be his last fight, he survived a massive heart attack and a 9-hour quadruple bypass operation. The end came 1 week later, as family, friends, and fans alike prayed for a miracle to happen. But on December 8th, 1982, Marty Robbins passed away. A few short months earlier, he'd recorded a song that came to have a very special meaning to those who loved him. Some memories just won't die. Well, he will be remembered, and probably remembered in a way that mattered to him most.
I would like to be remembered as a good entertainer, a good person. I think maybe better as a good person.
Just won't die. Some feelings just won't bleed. Oh, no matter how hard you try. And I do every now and then. You still think of him. I see it in your eyes. Some memories just won't die. Some memories just won't die. There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memories among my souvenirs. Some letters tidily, a photograph or two. I find a rose from among my souvenirs. A few more tokens read down in my treasure chest. And though they do their best to get me.
Well, I think the first time that, one of the first times he sang in church, they asked him to sing, and he didn't want to. I think he was around 5 years old, and he... Three, excuse me. You remember that, I don't. But the story that I heard was that he would not sing in front of anyone, but he would sing if they let him get behind a curtain. Get behind the curtain and sing on a microphone.
He called it his hide. Oh, he lost his first job because he was so shy.
Well, he probably lived 90 years, if you consider the amount of time that he did not sleep, because he only slept about 3 hours a day. It seemed like, it seemed like he was just constantly up and doing things.
11, 12 o'clock at night, I'd go down to the office and maybe write a song on the piano, beat up piano, absolutely ugly piano. Yeah.
And he was always had something going on in his mind, whether it was a song or an idea for a movie or a better way to take the band out on the road, just or a better way to race.
Yeah, I was going to say a better way to take the cruise.
Yeah. In fact, I remember when one Christmas we were going back through, we drove out to Phoenix, and it was probably, I guess, 1958, maybe in 57, but we were getting close to El Paso, and there, you could kind of see all the mountains and the hills around there. You can see, the mountains of Mexico over on the left, going out, and Mama was driving. It was just the three of us then. Janet wasn't born then, and he started playing this song, playing this melody over and over again. And it was real pretty, real pretty song. And he must have written for 100 miles, and put a guitar down and started driving, coming back through. We got close to El Paso again and started writing some more. And it was a song, and it must have been 7 minutes worth of lyrics at the time. I think, I don't know, there's no telling what he cut out of it, but it just, of course, he wrote like that all the time, so it wasn't any, and me being just 7 or 8 years old, I didn't realize just what was happening at that time, but looking back on it now, I realize, that was history.
I think probably one of our most enjoyable things was just getting a couple boxes of fish at the local fish place and going out on the farm in his truck and sitting on a hill and counting his cows.
Counting his cows?
Yeah, he'd keep about 100 head of cattle, and then he would, in the springtime, usually would just have lots of baby calves, and he would go out there and count his calves.
I think that was his escape. I think he liked to take on the role of maybe a Joe Cartwright, kind of converse with the cattle on his own terms. He would every now and then take me out on our camping excursions, which would be to the balcony in a sleeping bag. We weren't too outdoorsy, but it was outdoors, so that was close enough. We could see the stars.
Okay.
And he'd sing to the cattle, sure. He would sing to me and try out maybe some new songs. I think it was his escape.
I guess it would probably come as a surprise to the race drivers or someone, that think of Marty as really liking the more lively type things, but we enjoyed a Chinese checker game.
Oh, yeah?
And yes, we did. That was my favorite thing to do when I was a child, and so I got quite good at it. Well, Marty was a poor loser, and I
Yeah.
think that's why he tried so hard to win. And so after a few trips, he came back off and had begun beating me, and I couldn't figure out why. That all of a sudden, instead of being a loser, he was the winner. So he confessed after a while and told me that he had taken the Chinese checkerboard on the bus and had duplicated my plays, and so
Really?
That's right.
That's terrific.
Yeah, yeah. So we had our winter and fall and summer tournaments after that.
He was a boxer in the Navy, and I don't know how many bouts. I think somewhere around 70 bouts or so.
Wow.
Now a lot of those were probably street fights. I don't know, but he was pretty. He was quick. He was light on his feet, and we'd spar, and he'd take off, and I'd see about 6 arms and legs moving at the same time, and I couldn't handle him. So, but I know he got a reputation as a pretty scrappy little fighter, and I know Roy Acuff used to call him Canvasback because I think his semi-pro career wasn't as good as his earlier career,
Spent time on campus.
but he was quick. He didn't. He never was mean. I don't think. I don't know if he'd ever been a really good boxer because you have to have a certain amount of meanness in you. But he had a short temper, and he could fight his way out of something if he had to. I used to play living room football with her.
Yeah.
I was about 11. She was just barely walking. And I'd get down on my knees, just put her around my knees and throw a ball and tackle her. And one time, I'd always just take her and just kind of lay her down. One time I flipped, I pulled out her feet from under her, and Daddy just happened to be peeling into a grapefruit, and he never got around to eating it. But I caught it right in the back of the head. Like I said, he had a quick temper, but it didn't usually last long.
I hadn't heard that story.
Well, everybody knows Marty's relationship with his fans, and he loved performing. And I think the main reason he did was because of the fans, not just because of what he was capable of doing as a performer, but because he loved the people so much, and in turn, they loved him. I think, any time that you had a fan-related poll for an entertainer, Marty always came out on top. Anytime fans could vote on anything, Marty was always the winner. And there was a lot of times that Marty didn't work the road a lot, because he raced a lot, and that was one of his big loves, and he loved to do that. And he wasn't always on the road like a lot of entertainers are constantly, but the fans always came out in droves. I did a show with him a couple of years before he passed away, and he hadn't been working a whole lot then, and I think he had the record out, Some Memories Just Won't Die. And I tell you, we played a fair, and it was almost like Elvis Presley came on the scene.
Wow.
These people went crazy. Flashbulbs were flashing all over the place, and girls were screaming, and the special thing about Marty was he had no age gap. He was popular in Europe. He won Entertainer of the Year 1 year, and Song of the Year, and he was very popular over there. And once again, I think that goes back to, I think people, judge you and know you better than you might think they do, fans. And I think the English audience particularly is very hard. And they can tell if you're sincere and if you like what you're doing, and especially if you like them. And I think they saw that quality in Marty. And I think that's why he was popular there.
Wembley, England, at the Country Music Festival over there. We were allotted 55 minutes, and we ended with El Paso, he always ended the show with El Paso. And he said, what do you follow El Paso with? There's nothing you can encore with. There was about 23,000 people there that day, and as we left the stage, there was hallways underneath the stands and everything where you could go back to your dressing rooms. We were already in the hallways, and dust was coming down. It was just real dusty in the hallways and everything because 23,000 people were standing up and jumping up and down, wanting to say, bring him back, bring him back. Finally, one of the security people there at Wembley, he came in, he said, for God's sakes, he said, get that man back out here. He said, they're going to tear the ruddy place down, And Marty still didn't want to go back out, but they prevailed upon him. He said, and they was getting where everything was just shaking, really. And so we went out and did 2 more numbers. And they almost did the same thing again when we left, but he wouldn't go back out the second time. But he always ended the show with El Paso because he figured, you know, it's such a great song and it tells such a great story. What do you do after you do El Paso?
You know, one thing about his driving, he always took it seriously.
You know, when I'm racing, that's all I think about is racing. I mean, when I go to a personal appearance, then that's what I'm thinking about.
When he started running the Grand National races, I don't think he ever thought that he could win.
Well, it's just the thrill of competing against what I guess is the world's best stock car drivers there, because this is how they make their living, you see. And knowing that I'm not going to beat them, just seeing how close I can come to beating them, see. Sometimes it's not very close. The best I've ever done is a 5th place finish in Michigan. Best here was the 9th place finish. I've had 8th, 7th, 9th, 15th, 12th. Never number 1. I probably will never win a race, but that means that's not important to me. Just being in the race is what's important to me.
Well, he said it relaxed him to race.
Yeah.
Now, how it could, I don't know, but they would take his blood pressure before and after, and it would stay the same. So I guess it was good for him.
Because you see, like I say, it's fun to me. And I believe I can have as much fun doing the best I can and finishing 20th. I think there's not near as much pressure on me, you see, because I don't have to spend a lot of money like the people who are running in the top 10 or the top 20, see. They spend a lot of money to get up there, so then they have to run hard all day long. You know, they can't afford to relax a second. With me, I can relax every now and then down the back straightaway for 3 or 4 seconds, you know.
He always just wanted to make sure that he didn't do anything that would endanger anyone or do anything that would knock anyone out of their rightful position, maybe, because these guys were doing it for a living, you know, and he just was doing it as a hobby.
He liked that excitement, because I think he was a good race driver, and I don't think he ever took chances.
I went to a race in Charlotte, North Carolina one year, and they had a 12-car pileup down on the straightaway, and Marty was coming right in behind it, full blast, and he seen this pile up and all this smoke, and he couldn't see where he was going, so at 160 miles an hour, he turned that car into the wall. Broke 3 or 4 of his ribs, cut himself all up through here, and broke his tailbone. And we asked him why he had done it. He said, well, I wasn't about to pull in, you know, drive into that cloud of smoke. He said, I could have killed somebody.
I don't think anybody was ever afraid to go out on the track with them. Mm-hmm. You know, Darrell referred to some of the people that are crash artists, or that we refer to as not the ones that we like to be around. There are those. Mm-hmm. But he certainly wasn't one of those. He was one that, when he showed up, everybody was glad to see him and perfectly willing to go out there and compete with him. And that was kind of neat. I think everybody respected his music ability to such a degree. And, of course, stock car racing with its roots in the Southeast and you know, the down-home attitude that exists, you know, the contact between the fans and the drivers and all. You know, our music has been country music. Yeah, right. And it was part of him, you know, and he was part of us.
He saw a good relationship there between the kinds of fans we have and the kinds of fans he has. And he liked the camaraderie between the drivers and himself. He never came to the racetrack with an entourage. He just sort of came alone, and sometimes he'd bring, what was his guitar player? The guy? Don, yeah. He'd bring Don with him. And that was basically how they came to the racetrack, and he low-keyed it all the way. He didn't want anybody to make a big deal out of him being there. He was just having a good time, relaxing and enjoying himself. And the fans liked him being there, and he added another dimension to the race, and he knew that, and I think he enjoyed that.
The time that I manipulated some real swift movements on my carburetor, I'll make sure nobody's looking, because I don't want to give any secrets away that I have, see? Well, when they first started with cutting power down, you know, they put restriction plates in the carburetors. And that was to reduce the flow of air. So then you have to reduce the flow of gasoline. So that cuts down on your power. Well, I found a way. I found a way to let these little old restriction plates slip out of the carburetor and down into the manifold, see? And so I was really running. I was illegal, but I wasn't cheating. You know, there is a difference, you see. If you are illegal, then you confess. But if you cheat, you go ahead and you don't tell nobody, you see. But so I was just illegal. But after I had a good time all day long, you know, and I wanted to pass the leaders and could have, because, you know, I was running like maybe 40 or 50 more horsepower than they had. But I didn't have the experience, and it's right here at this track. And there was about 70,000 people here, and all of a sudden, at the end of the race, here I am, right up, pulled up in the back of the leaders, you know. So I knew that the fans knew I was there, because there was only the three Bobby Isaacs, Buddy Baker, and David Pearson. And I had caught them, and I said to myself, I want to pass them, but I had intended on turning myself in, you see. I want to pass them, but where shall I pass them? I didn't know whether to pass them on the front straightaway or the back straightaway, because I wanted everybody in the stands to see it. So after I decided where I would pass them, I got to thinking, well, now, when I go into that turn, I'm going to be doing close to 200 miles an hour, and I have never been that fast before. And so I said, if I don't make that turn, then the first stop will be Daytona Beach. And that's a long jump, see? So I said, well, I don't think I'll do it. So I pulled the car in, and I was cleaning up, and one of the inspectors came down and said, they want you down in the winner's circle to present you with the trophy for Rookie of the Race, because this is my first time at Talladega. I said, well, I can't take it. I said, I was running illegal today. So he just stood there a couple of moments and kind of laughed, because he didn't believe me, see? And so he said, hurry up. He said, they're waiting for it. I said, I can't do it. I said, I'm running illegal today. So he found out I was serious. So he went and told Bill Gasway and Len Kugler. I told him what I had done, you know, and so I qualified legal, but I was illegal when I was running. So, you know, it showed me something, you know, because a lot of people, even though I confessed to what I had done, and I did it more as a joke, you know, because I didn't care about winning, I didn't care about the money I would win, I was just having a good time. And I knew that when I told them that they would set me back to last position regardless of where I finished, that was as far as they would let me go. So I was sure I wasn't going to win any money, so I was doing it with the fun of it. So I learned then, you know, when I did that I had hurt some people's feelings, you know, like Bill Gasway and Len Kugler, and a lot of the drivers, you know, they didn't really like what I did, but I mean, I think they did admire me for turning myself in, you know, because it was done only in a joking way. So, but I think I gained some friends from that, and I gained an experience. I found out that cheating is just not the way to do it. You know?
Marty was very perceptive when it come to the band, and of course we all traveled on one bus. And if you're out on the road for 15, 20 days, after a couple of weeks, you begin to wear pretty thin on each other's nerves. And Marty had he had a sixth sense about noticing that and knowing that, and he would go to some of the most outrageous pranks to get our minds off of the fact that we were getting a little sick of each other, so to speak.
I remember one time we were working someplace up in South Dakota, and our dressing room was a gym. So we got to hitting the speed bag and all this stuff, and all of a sudden Marty wanted to start sparring around with me, and he had an old ring he used to wear. That thing got turned around in his hand. All I was doing was bobbing and weaving and bobbing and weaving. All of a sudden I bobbed and weaved into that hand. He hit me right here, and the blood just started flying. So 3 minutes later, we had to go on stage. It was just something else. Let me tell you, I had to walk out there all through the show and hold a handkerchief on my forehead like this, singing harmony. We had a lot of fun, honestly.
He was the easiest person in the world to break up on stage. If we were doing a trio and I was up real, close to him in proximity of it and using the same mic and everything, and we'd be singing a certain song, and I would be thinking ahead, and if I could find a word or two that I could add to a line that would make that line funny, if I said that just right up in his ear, nobody else could hear it to him, he'd just have to quit. He'd have to stop. I know once we were in, El Paso was #1. We were playing at a rodeo in Texas. The governor of the state was there. We got to that line where it said, I feel the bullet go deep in my chest. And I said, oh, that's smart. And he stopped. He just quit. He got on the bus later, said, Sykes, if you ever do that to me again, I'm going to kill you. He said, don't you know the governor's out there? And we literally stopped. When he got through laughing, then we went ahead and finished the song, but the people didn't know what had happened, you know? But you could get to him as easy as he could get to you. If it was funny, he had to laugh at it, you know, and he was just that way.
This is a picture that's rather interesting. Marty was in the Navy in World War II, and the picture is of Marty when he was 19. He's in the South Pacific on Bougainville, and the year was 1944.
It's a rare photograph.
It is a rare photograph. And Marty used to drive the landing craft to the beach. It was something he didn't talk about much. And I know it made an indelible imprint on his memory, but a few times we did talk about it. He talked about being under fire. He would have to bring the landing craft into the beach, unload, and after these guys hit the beach, he was still under fire trying to get the thing back out to the ship.
Wow. It's very seldom you see people come along that had it all. Marty Robbins could do everything.
Really?
He was a good-looking guy. He had the singing, the acting. But I don't think there was nothing he couldn't do. I used to go up in the studio sometime at 11 or 12 o'clock. I'd be out visiting the local gin mills around town, and we'd go by the studio.
Just checking them out.
Checking them out. We'd go, Marty'd be up there at 1 o'clock in the morning singing, still working on something. He was a perfectionist.
Really?
And he worked at it. Well, you could see, too, because of his work.
Sure.
How great he was.
Yeah.
What a man.
He was a special person to me, and I know that everyone else that worked for him felt the same way, because if you needed something, you got it. You know, he would see that if he knew you really needed it, you'd get it.
Marty, to me, was a warm, compassionate person, and I've often said, and I still say it, if somebody was fixing to shoot him, I would step right in front of him because they wouldn't have hurt him when I was around.
He did love life, and that was one of the special things about him, that he really did love life. And I think the time, you know, even though he died younger than we wanted him to, and we lost him before we wanted him to, I think every day that he spent here, he really appreciated life, and he loved life. And there's not a whole lot of people you can say that about, but we're lucky we had him as long as we did.
Performing for his fans, that's what Marty Robbins loved. And when Marty stepped on stage, he was there to entertain. Fans the world over knew the excitement of a Marty Robbins concert, and now they can all be yours for the first time with his 55-minute live concert video. Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music. You'll hear him sing A White Sport Coat, Devil Woman, El Paso, and many others. Sure to be a collector's item, Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music will put you right back in his audience, the way it was, the way you've always remembered it.
Walter Brennan would have said, "When you get come tootin', Getty, I'll go along with your net."
Letters tied in blue, a photograph or two. I find a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few. They say I'm no good, I'll never amount to a thing. I'll never be trapped by a young lady's smile. Wedding bells never will ring. I'm the drifter. See them tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool Each star's a pool of water, cool water. Long about Monday, she was nowhere about. Now here it is Tuesday, ain't had no news. I got those gone but not forgotten blues. And are you really mine? Every day, all the time. Let me live on the range where the tumbleweeds grow. Let the silver sands change where the prairie winds blow. Let the wanderers sing where the wanderers go. Let the melody ring, for he's happy, I know. The wanderers go, the prairie winds blow, the tumbleweeds grow. Feeling called the blues, so long since my baby said goodbye. Well, I don't know what I'll do. All I do is sit and cry, oh Lord. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Somebody else stood by your side, and he looked so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past came slowly stealing as I brushed your arm and walked so close to you.
Marty Robbins was much more than a country western star. He was a man who understood the romance of American values and heroes and communicated their importance through his music. He wrote of times past when life was more simple. He wrote of today with an uncommon understanding and empathy. The world identified with Marty's music because he touched our hearts and our souls with the truth of life. He knew of suffering and of joy and sang our feelings in his songs. More than just a country western music star, Marty Robbins was an American phenomenon. Marty Robbins' music was his eloquence. Marty Robbins' legacy is his music.
There's nothing left for me of days that used to be. I live in memories among my souvenirs. Some letters tied in blue, a photograph or two. I find a rose from you among my souvenirs. A few more tokens pressed down in my treasure chest, and though they do their best to give me consolation, I I count them all apart. And as the teardrops start, I find a broken heart among my souvenirs. I live in memories among my souvenirs.
You know, if I could have been born 100 years ago, I probably would have been a cowboy, ranch cowboy, you know, or a drifter or something like that, because I like the wide open spaces. And I enjoy, like, you know, just sitting around, like, say, on this clump of boulders here, just singing, getting out for myself and doing songs like this. As I walked out in the streets of Laredo, as I walked out in Laredo one day, I spied a young cowboy wrapped all in white linen, wrapped in white linen as cold as clay. Beat the drum slowly and play the fife lowly. Sing the death march as you carry me along. Take me to the valley, there lay the sod on me. I'm a young cowboy and know I've done wrong. Go fetch me some water, a cool cup of water, to cool my parched lips. Then the poor cowboy said, before I returned, his spirit had left him, had gone to its maker, the cowboy was dead. Beat the drum slowly and play the fife lowly. Sing the death march as you carry me along. Take me to the valley, there lay the sod on me. I'm a young cowboy and know I've done wrong.
Well, I never felt more like singing the blues, 'cause I never thought I'd ever lose your love, dear. Why'd you do me this way? Well, I never felt more like crying all night, 'cause everything's wrong and nothing ain't right without you. You got me singing the blues. The moon and stars no longer shine. The dream is gone I thought was mine. There's nothing left for me to do but cry right over you. I never felt more like running away. Why should it go? I couldn't stay without you. You got me singing the blues.
Well, now, how do you like that? Well, all right, huh? Well, now, hear about that one.
Ribbon of darkness over me since my true love walked out the door. Tears I never had before. Ribbon of darkness over me. Clouds are gathering over my head that chill the day and hide the sun. They shroud the night when day is done. Ribbon of darkness over me. Rain is falling on the meadow where once my love and I did lie. Now she is gone from the meadow, my love, goodbye. How I wish your heart could see how mine just aches and breaks all day. Come on back and take away ribbon of darkness over me. Come on back and take away ribbon of darkness over me. A white sport coat and a big carnation. I'm all dressed up for the dance. A white sport coat and a big carnation. I'm all alone in romance. Once you told me long, to the prom with me you go. Now you've changed your mind, it seems. Someone else will hold my dreams. A white sport coat and a big carnation, and in a blue, blue moon. I told Mary about us, told her about our great sin. Mary cried and forgave me, and Mary took me back again. Said if I wanted my freedom, I could be free evermore. I don't want to be, and I don't want to see Mary cry anymore. Devil woman, devil woman, don't be. Devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I wanna go home. Mary is waiting and weeping down in our shack by the sea. Even after I've hurt her, Mary's still in love with me. Devil woman, it's over. Tread no more by your charms. I don't want to stay, I want to get away. Woman, let go of my arm. Devil woman, don't follow me. Devil woman, let me be and leave me alone. I want to go home. Running along by the seashore, running as fast as I can. Even the seagulls are happy, glad I'm coming home again. Never again I ever cause another tear to fall. Down the beach I see what belongs to me, and what I want most of all. Devil woman, don't follow me. Devil woman, let me be and leave me alone. I wanna go home.
How about that, huh?
Wait! Don't worry about me. It's all over now. I may be blue, I'll manage somehow. Love can't be explained, can't be controlled. One day it's warm, next day it's cold. Don't pity me, it might have been you. Oh, love, kiss me one time, then go like I'll understand. Don't worry about me. Sweet, sweet, sweet love, I want you to be as happy as I look when you love me. I'll never forget you. You're a sweet memory. It's all over now. Don't worry about me. When one heart tells one heart goodbye, one heart is free, one heart will cry. Oh, sweet, sweet baby, sweet baby, sweet, it's all right. Don't worry about me.
Please, my friends, don't, please. Oh, you mustn't. Please, you mustn't stop.
All day I face the barren west without the taste of water, cool water. Oh, Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool. Each star's a pool of water, cool water. With the dawn I wake and yawn and carry on to water, cool, clear water. Keep a moving, Dan, don't you listen to him, Dan. He's the devil, not a man, and he spreads the burning sands with water. Dan, can you see that big green tree where the water's running free and it's waiting there for you and me? Water, cool, clear water.
Wait, we're not through.
Cool, clear water. Well, all around Cowboy, I've won it 6 years in a row. All around Cowboy, me champ of the big rodeo. Maybe some money, had me some good times. Falls that I've had have been few. till a rodeo queen made the all-around cowboy look like an all-around fool. I was the cowboy that said he would never be roped. I even bragged how I'd never be branded or broke. I was doing right well till this blonde little filly rode into my life like a dream. And the all-around cowboy fell head over heels in love with the rodeo queen. The moment I looked in her blue eyes, I knew I was gone. I tried to hide them, but the feelings I had were too strong. She showed the world what an all-around cowboy could do. She showed the world how an all-around cowboy could look like an all-around fool. She made me feel like a horse without any fire. Too late I realized breaking me was her desire. She rolled me and raked me with spurs that left such a hurt. She left me broken and she left me crying out there in the rodeo dirt. The moment I looked in her blue eyes, I knew I was gone. I tried to hide them, but the feelings I had were too strong. She showed the world what an all-around cowboy could do. She showed the world how an all-around cowboy could look like an all-around fool. She showed the world how an all-around cowboy could look like an all-around fool.
All right, I have just received a pin that says redneck. It's all right with me, because that's what I am. I talk like I have an education, but I don't. I'm a redneck. Full-fledged, full-blood, thoroughbred redneck. All right, here's a note that says, Dearest Marty. It says, Dearest Marty, you are the greatest singer in the world. I love you, Chuck. No, it says right here, it says, I still think you can beat Richard Petty in Daytona. Hey, I can do it. I can do it. No problem. No problem. The only reason I don't beat him is because I hate to see a grown man cry. One time we were qualifying down in Talladega, Alabama. You know, I did about 187.5 miles an hour. Petty did about 189. He said, and he always calls me country. Have you ever heard him talk? He is country. He said to me, he said, what's the matter, country? He says, can't you run any faster? I said, yeah, but I got to stay with the car. Yeah, I told him. How about this one right here? Have you heard this one? To the town of our Freer rode a stranger one fine day. Hardly spoke to folks around and didn't have too much to say. No one dared to ask his business, no one dared to make a slip. The stranger there among them had a big iron on his hip, big iron on his hip. It was early in the morning when he rode into the town. He came riding from the south side, slowly looking all around. He said, I'm all loose and running, came the
whisper from each lip, and he's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Big iron, big iron. He's here to do some business with the big iron on his hip. Big iron on his hip. Carmen, Carmen, Carmen. Tonight I am aching, my body is shaking. Tonight Carmen's coming back home. Tonight there'll be no room for tears in my bedroom. Tonight Carmen's coming back home. Tonight as I stand here, I notice my hand here is trembling as never before. My feelings I can't hide, resistance has all died and pride will rush outside the moment she walks through the door. The lips that have kissed her, that's loved her and missed her, are lips that have cursed her at night. In anguish and torment I've cursed as the night went from darkness till dawn's golden light. I thought of just taking these two hands and breaking the body I'm waiting to touch. I find while I'm waiting there's no time for hating while anticipating the woman I wanted so much. I place pretty flowers to brighten the hours. I put brand new sheets on the bed. I'm nervous, I'm trembling, recalling, remembering the way that she tosses her head. I've given much thought to the fact that I ought to have more control over my life. How can I fight it? How can I deny it? There's no way to hide it, the love that I have for my wife. Carmen, Carmen, Carmen.
Hey, baby, how about that one out? Ah, come on, you don't mean it. Now, I don't know if you noticed or not, but it's warm up here. It's kind of warm, might be warm out there, but it's really warmer up here. I wonder if it'd be all right with the television people if the guys took off the ties. Would it be all right? They said it's all right. You can take off your ties if you like to. Then a little later on, we'll get down. All right. 18-year-old.
18 yellow roses came today. 18 yellow roses in a pretty bouquet. When the boy came to the door, I didn't know what to say. When 18 yellow roses came today, I opened up the box to see what it said. I couldn't believe my eyes when I read, though you belong to another, I love you anyway. Yes, 18 yellow roses came today. I never doubted your love for a minute. I guess there's nothing left for me to do but ask to meet the boy that's done this thing. See if he's made plans to buy you a ring. 'Cause 18 yellow roses will fade and die someday, but a father's love will never fade away.
Come on, it's all right. I'll do some more. I'll do some more, don't worry. It's all right.
Born in the heat of the desert, my mother died giving me life. Despised and disliked by my father, blamed for the loss of his wife. You know, Lord, I've been in a prison for something that I never done. It's been one hill after another, and I've climbed them, Lord, one by one. But this time you gave me a mountain that I may never climb. It isn't any longer. Lord, you gave me a mountain this time. My woman got tired of the hardship, tired of the grief and the strife, tired of working for nothing, tired of being my wife. She took my one ray of sunshine, she took my pride and my joy, she took my reason for living. When she took my small baby boy, and this time you gave me a mountain that I may never climb. It isn't a hill any longer. Lord, you gave me a mountain this time. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, I just do. I don't know why you thrill me like like you do. I don't know why you just do. You never seem to want my romancing, and the only time you hold me is when we're dancing. I don't know why I love you like I do. I don't know why, I just do. I don't know why, I just do.
Come on and sit down on the floor. You know, it's clean. I cleaned it myself. You see, it don't make any difference. Honey. I knew I was doing it for some reason. Walker's cake? Yes. You see? Say what? Oh, God bless you, baby. God bless you.
Return to me. Oh, my dear, I'm so lonely. Hurry back, oh, my love, hurry back, I am yours. Return to me. For my heart wants you only. Hurry back, won't you please hurry back to my heart. My darling, if I hurt you, I'm sorry. Forgive me, and please say you are mine. Regrese a mí. No me dejes tan solo. Hurry back, oh my love, hurry back to my heart. Beyond the reef, where the sea is dark and cold, my love has gone and my dreams grow old. There'll be no tears, there'll be no regretting. Will she remember me? Easy, baby. Will she forget? I'll send 1,000 flowers when the trade winds blow. I'll send my lonely heart, 'cause I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then my heart will be beyond the reach.
All right, you're nice people.
Guess who I saw today and I asked him about you. I saw your new love, and it was plain he cares about you. But I'll wait until he's out of town. Then I'll call you up and want to come around. But don't let me touch you. Don't let me get close to you. Though I might say nice things and I might bring a rose to you, there's just a chance your old romance might burn anew. Don't let me touch you. Don't let me get close to you. Don't let me touch you. Don't let me get close to you. Though I might say nice things, I might bring a rose to you. There's just a chance your old romance might burn anew. Don't let me touch you. Don't let me get close to you. Touch me with magic, baby, your love's fantastic. Touch me with magic tonight, and touch me with starshine. Take me above the sunshine. Touch me with magic tonight. I've been waiting for such a long, long time. You got so much magic, baby. Give me some of your magic, baby. Give a little away. Give a little away. Touch me with lightning. Your love's electrifying. Touch me with magic tonight, and touch me with thunder. Don't break the spell I'm under. Touch me with magic tonight. I've been waiting for such a long, long time. You got so much magic, baby. Give me some of your magic, baby. I've waited for such a long, long time. You got so much magic, baby. Give me some of your magic, baby. You got so much magic, baby, baby. I was hanging around town, just spending the time. Out of a job, not burning a dime. Feller steps up and he says, I suppose you're a bronc fighter from the looks of your clothes. You figures me right, I'm a good one to claim. Do you happen to have any bad ones to tame? Said he's got one, a bad one to buck. Throwing good riders, he's had lots of luck. Well, I gets all hit up and I ask what he pays to ride this old nag for a couple of days. Offers me 10 and I says I'm your man. A bronc never lived that I couldn't fend. Said get your saddle and I'll give you a chance. In his buckboard we hops and he drives to the ranch. Stays until morning and right after Chuck steps out to see if this outlaw can buck. Down in the horse corral standing alone is an old caballo, a strawberry roan. His legs are all spavined, he's got pigeon toes, little pig eyes and a big Roman nose, little pig ears that touch at the tip, map of Chihuahua all over his hip, eunuch and over the long lower jaw. I could see with one eye he's a regular outlaw. I get some lines on him and it sure is a fright. Next comes my saddle and I screws her down tight. Then I steps on him and I raise his blind. Just get out the way, boys, he's gonna unwind. Sure as a frog walker, he heaves a big sigh. Only likes wings for to be on the flight. Turns his old belly right up to the sun. Sure as the sun fishing son of a gun. He's about the worst bucker I've seen on the range. He'll turn on a nickel and give you some change. It's on all fours and goes up on high. Leaves me a spinning up there in the sky. Turns over twice, comes back to earth. Lights into cuss and easy this birth. I know there are ponies that I cannot ride. Some of them left, they haven't all died. I bet all my money the man ain't alive that'll stay with old Strawberry when he makes his high dive. I walk alone where once we wandered. It seems so strange that you are gone. Till you return, I'll stay the same, dear. I'll still be true. And walk alone. The flame of love is brightly burning. You know that I'm your very own. Till you return, I'll stay the same, dear. I'll still be true and walk alone.
Here's one that I do every night, and I've had a number of requests for this particular song right here. It's a song that I wrote about, I don't know, 10 or 12 years ago, and I won a Grammy for this song, and a Grammy is pretty important. Where are you going, woman? Well, hurry up. A Grammy is pretty important because they only give one away, you see, every year. And you see, a Grammy, they give to the writer of the song because they have voted that that song was the best song of the year. No, please, no applause, no applause. All right, not yet, not yet. Now, I don't want you to think that I feel that my song was the best song of the year, because heavens, I heard many songs that year, but I never heard any that I liked better than mine. So, hands that are strong but wrinkled, doing work that never gets done. Hair that's lost some of the beauty, but too many hours in the sun. Eyes that show some disappointment, and there's been quite a lot in her life. She's the foundation I lean on, my woman, my wife. That was fast. Every day has been uphill. We climb, but we can't reach the top. I'm weak and I'm easily discouraged. She just smiles when I want to stop. Lips that are weary but tender, with love that strengthens my life. A saintly dress made of gingham, my woman, my wife. Two little babies were born in the spring, but died when the winter was new. I lost control of my mind and my soul, but my woman's faith carried us through. When she reaches that river, Lord, you know what she's worth. Give her that mansion up yonder, 'cause she's been through hell here on earth. Lord, give her my share of heaven, if I've earned any here in this life. 'Cause God, I believe she deserves it. My woman, my wife. All right, here's one you might remember.
The Marty Robbins Show was originally broadcast in 1968-69 with 39 shows taped in those 2 seasons. We have taken the best performances and grouped them into a volume format to give you as much entertainment as possible.
From Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA, and country western music capital of the world, it's the Marty Robbins Show. Now, the star of our show, Marty Robbins himself.
I'd like to find somebody who could be just halfway true, but I can't quit, I've gone too far, I'm deep in love with you. I'd like to pull up stakes and leave, that's what I'd like to do, deep in love with you. If I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't be so blue. I'd quit seeing you long ago, I wouldn't be loving you. Well, you keep me so mixed up inside the things you say and do, but I can't quit, I've gone too far, I'm deep in love with you. I can't quit, I've gone too far, I'm deep in love, you see. You really know your way around, you're making it tough on me. Well, a truckload full of dynamite couldn't blast you out of my heart. Are you there to stay? Well, it's looking that way, why don't you do your part? If I knew then what I know now, I wouldn't be so blue. I'd quit seeing you long ago, I wouldn't be loving you. Well, you keep me so mixed up inside the things you say and do, but I can't quit, I've gone too far, I'm deep in love with you. Everybody says you let me down. I should be ashamed to take you around. Makes no difference what you used to do. Darling, I could never be ashamed of you. Maybe you were reckless yesterday. Together we can find a brighter way. In my heart I know that you come through. Darling, I could never be ashamed of you. Take these chains from my heart and set me free. You've grown cold and no longer care for me. All my faith in you is gone, but the heartaches linger on. Take these chains from my heart and set me free. Take these tears from my eyes and let me see just a spark of the love that used to be. Then if you no longer care for the love that's beating there, take these chains from my heart and set me free.
Thank you very much, my friends. All right, it's kind of loud, but you shouldn't have left the door open if you didn't want us to come in. We'll be back in a minute, okay?
Well, I never felt more like singing the blues, 'cause I never thought that I'd ever lose your love, dear. Why'd you do me this way? Well, I never felt blues. The moon and stars no longer shine. The dream is gone, a thought was mine. There's nothing left for me to do but cry over you. Well, I never felt more like running away. Why should it go? 'Cause I couldn't stay without you. You got me singing the blues. The moon and stars no longer shine. The dream is gone, a thought was mine. There's nothing left for me to do but cry over you. Well, I never felt more like running away. Why should it go? 'Cause I couldn't stay without you. You got me singing the blues.
Thank you. Thank you. Go ahead, baby.
How long did you think you could go on hurting me? And I'd be your fool and stay at home alone. You go out and have your fun like you were free. Tonight I'll have some pleasures of my own. 'Cause the shoe goes on the other foot tonight. And we'll find out if two wrongs can make a right. Tonight I'll push my heartaches out of sight. 'Cause the shoe goes on the other foot tonight. Time you walk out the door, you walk on me and leave the door wide open for the blues. You fly away from me like you were free. You must think there's wings upon your shoes. Boy, the shoe goes on the other foot tonight. And we'll find out if two wrongs can make a right. Tonight I'll push my heartaches out of sight. 'Cause the shoe goes on the other foot tonight.
Boys, that was great.
Thank you very much, my friends. Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, I've been making records for about, some people say I've been making them for 100 years. But I haven't. I've been making them for about 20. Well, you know, I've recorded all kinds of songs, the rhythm and blues, and if you pardon the expression, and the Hawaiian songs, country and western songs. My favorite of all songs, my friends, are the ballads. And I'd like to sing one for you right now. And this is one of my favorites. Not just because I wrote the song, but I am very proud of it. It's one called Begging to You.
I left you this morning, couldn't take any more. You laughed and you dared me to walk out the door. You said that I'd come back. You knew what I'd do, and you know you were right, 'cause I'm back here tonight, begging to you. I won't disappoint you, stay. But that's what you wanted to hear anyway. It must make you happy to make me so blue. What a pitiful sight I must be tonight, begging to you. You don't want my loving, but you let me stay around. I guess just to walk on, so you won't touch the ground. To you it don't matter what you cause me to do, as long as you keep me begging to
Meanwhile, back here at Marty's Corral, you know, my friends, I suppose that everybody in life likes to pretend. Bobby and I were just talking about that a while ago, and Don agreed with it. He likes to pretend a little bit. And,
All the time.
you know, I suppose everyone has a favorite time, or a very period in time in which they would like to try to live. Yeah. Well, I know I do, you know, although this isn't a bad world, but I would like to have tried to live in the days of the Old West when the gun was law.
Dang, too.
Hey, hey, I was supposed to do that.
Sorry about that.
Okay. You stole my line. All right. Okay. But my favorite, like I say, my favorite time would be back in the days of the Old West.
Absolutely.
Right. Well, when a man would have said, hark, what do I hear? So, when a man, if he was going to introduce somebody, he'd have called him a partner, or a poke, or a waddy.
Yeah.
So
I picked the poke that waddy right over there.
I'm gonna look that up.
Okay. But I'd like to introduce this waddy on my right here, Don Winters. This poke on my left goes by the name of Bob Bishop. When it comes to double tracking a man when he's singing, no two cowboys can do it better than these two right here. I'll show you what I mean, friends. Little intro, Bandy.
Pledging their love to the ground. Lonely but free I'll be found, drifting along with a tumbling tumbleweed. Cares of the past are behind, nowhere to go but I'll find just where the trail will wind, drifting along with a tumbling tumbleweed. I know when night is gone that a new world's born at dawn. I'll keep rolling along. Deep in my heart is a song. Here on the range I belong, drifting along with the tumbling
Boys, that was great. Got to compliment you on it, boys. Mighty good. You know, cowboy songs happens to be my favorite, and if it's yours, why, I hope that the songs we do will please you, and I hope this little set that we've managed to scrape together will please you, because we're going to do everything we can to please you. About, I don't know how many years ago it was, I had a pretty good-sized cowboy song called El Paso. And on the other side was one that got quite a lot of play, one called Run and Gun, and as John Wayne would say, okay, this is it. Let's whoop up on it. I rode out of Kansas City going south to Mexico. I was running, dodging danger, left the girl that I loved so. Far behind lay Kansas City and the past that I had earned. 20 notches on my 6-gun mark, the lesson I had learned. Many times I sold my fast gun for a place to lay my head, till the nights began to haunt me by the men that I left dead. Couldn't stand it any longer with this life that I'd begun, so I said goodbye to Jeannie and became a running gun. I rode into Amarillo as the sun sank in the west, my thoughts of Kansas City with the girl that I love best. As I smiled and kissed her gently and then turned away to go, said I'd send for her to meet me when I'd reached old Mexico. I had barely left the saddle and my foot just touched the ground, when a cold voice from the shadows told me not to turn around. Said he knew about my fast gun, knew the price paid by the law, challenged by a bounty hunter, so I turned around to draw. I knew someday I'd meet him, for his hand like lightning flashed, my own gun still in leather as his bullet tore its path. As my strength was slowly fading, I could see him walk away, and I knew that where I lie tonight, he too must lie someday. Now the crowd is slowly gathering, but my eyes are growing dim, and my thoughts return to Jeannie and the home that we had fled. Oh, please tell her, won't you, mister, that she's still the only one, but a woman's love is wasted when she loves a running gun. Running gun, running gun. You know, they fish different down the south than doing Arizona. You know out west? Yeah. Out west? You know out west? How they fish out west? It's different than they do in the south. You know, I used to, years ago when I lived out in Arizona, there's a lake there, Apache Lake, I believe is the name of it. And used to fish. I used to have a little old rowboat. Couldn't afford a motor. Little rowboat. And I used to go out and fish. And I never did chew tobacco, but I always had a plug of tobacco with me. And I used to take just a little piece of that tobacco, and I'd throw it over in the lake. Pretty soon a fish would bite it. Pretty soon he'd chew it on it, maybe 10 or 20 seconds. He'd come up, spit. And when he'd do, I'd hit him with a hammer. Okay, everyone's ready. Here we are at the corral. We have a song here we want to sing for you. It's sort of a pretty thing. One is written by our friend Jimmy Sweeney. A little introduction bandy on one called Don't Go Away, Senor.
In my wandering days, I wandered south of the border. I ended up in a little Mexican town. Was there I met a lovely senorita. She offered her heart if I promised I'd settle down. Love beyond compare, eternally happy. This might have been, but I just had to wander instead. As I rode away with tears in her eyes, she was pleading. I can still see her tears, I can hear the words she said. Don't go away, senor, don't go away. Don't go away, senor, don't go away. Don't go away, don't go away.
Get
that it was your first mistake. That was the beginning of my last heartache. Then you added insult to my injury when you started treating me just as you please. Count me out of future plans you might be making. No more foolish chances am I taking. You played love's game too rough. As for me, I've had enough. 'Cause the going's got too rough, so count me out. Can you do it, Rudolph? Never bothered you. You kept on till you killed all my love for you. Doing as you please became a part of you. You can't blame me now for walking out on you. Count me out of future plans you might be making. No more foolish chances am I taking. You played love's game too rough. As for me, I've had enough. 'Cause the going's got too rough, so count me out. Mighty good, boys. Boys, here we go. Carmen, Carmen, Carmen. Tonight I am aching, my body is shaking. Tonight Carmen's coming back home. Tonight there'll be no room for tears in my bedroom. Tonight Carmen's coming back home. Tonight as I stand here, I notice my hand here is trembling as never before. My feelings I can't hide, resistance has all died. My pride will rush outside the moment she walks through the door. That's loved her and missed her are lips that have cursed her at night. In anguish and torment I've cursed as the night went from darkness till dawn's golden light. I thought of just taking these two hands and breaking the body I'm waiting to touch. I find while I'm waiting there's no time for hating while anticipating the woman I've wanted so much. I place pretty flowers to brighten the hours. I've put brand new sheets on the bed. I'm nervous, I'm trembling, recalling, remembering the way that she tosses her head. I've given much thought to the fact that I ought to have more control over my life. How can I fight it? How can I deny it? There's no way to hide it, the love that I have for my wife. Carmen, Carmen, difference if we two are far apart, dear. I could never ever love somebody new, 'cause there isn't any room inside my heart, dear, while I'm chained to a memory of you. I could never tell another I belong to them. All the whispered words of love would not be true. I could never tell another that I long for them, while I'm chained to a memory of you. Maybe time will wear the links away, and then, dear, they will break and set me free to love anew. But I'll never care for someone else again, dear, while I'm chained to a memory of you. If the world should end tomorrow, I'd be satisfied, 'cause you're gone and there is nothing I can do. All my dreams and precious hopes of yesterday have died, but I'm chained to a memory of you. Well, I had me a woman, she couldn't be true. Made me for my money, then she made me blue. A man needs a woman that he can lean on, but my leaning post has done left me and gone. She's long gone, and now I'm lonesome blue. Well, she told me on Sunday she was checking me out. Along about Monday she was nowhere about. Now here it is Tuesday, ain't had no news. I got those gone but not forgotten blues. She's long gone, and now I'm lonesome blue. She's long gone, and now I'm lonesome blue.
Oh, my. Oh, he done hooked it.
Are you sincere when you say that you love me? Are you sincere when you say you'll be true? And are you really mine? Every day time. I'd like to know which way to go. Will our love grow? Are you sincere? And are you really mine? Every day, all the time, I'd like to know which way to go. Will our love grow? Are you
Oh, boys, let me tell you, that thing had class back there on the bandstand. Let me tell you, a lot of class there for a hillbilly group. I have waited all week, my friends, to sing for you. Don't run away because we're going to come right back. Finally talk Junior to come out here with me. I want you folks to get a look at him. My friends, the moment is here. This is the moment I have waited for. My boy baby will be on TV for the first time, my friends. Now, I don't know if Junior will make it or not. It took me 2 weeks to drag him out from under the house after I told him we were going to be here. Come on, Junior. Junior. Come on, it's all right. Maybe it... You want me to carry you on? Pardon me a minute, folks. These teenagers, you can't tell them a thing. They won't agree with it, won't do anything. I was going to carry him on. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my son. This is Marty Robbins, Jr. We have recorded a number that we would like to sing for you right now. Has nothing to do with him. It's one called Big Mouthin' Around.
I stand here accusing you of big-mouthin' around. It's a fact that you've been bragging all over town. You told everybody you had her on a string, and that she sat around the phone just hoping it would ring.
Don't laugh.
I stand here accusing you of not being too smart, breaking yours while playing around with somebody's heart. Big Mouthin' has overloaded you and made you fall. Big Mouthin' around has caused it all. I guess you've talked love to death, ain't that a crying shame? You're just like a catfish, lots of mouth, but not much brains. Maybe now you realize, and you won't brag again. You've been broadcasting when you should have been tuning in. I stand here accusing you of not being too bright. Big red eyes from crying, and you really look a sight. You sure look familiar, but I know it can't be. The image in the glass looks just like me.
Put it there, Junior, baby. You're all right. Kid's all right. Well, sir, I hope that you folks out there watching will accept Junior and treat him good. Kid's getting old enough now to make his own way, and It's just be a burden off my hands.
Out of this prison, back to the clear blue sky. Take me back to the part where this cowboy's heart wants to live till I die. Take me back to the prairie, away from these cold prison bars, by a campfire's gleam. Let me lie there and dream under a blanket of stars, where each mountain top wears a halo of fleecy white clouds overhead, where symphonies ring from birds on the wing, and the grass is like a soft feather bed. Take me back to the prairie, back to the land I love best, so that when I am gone, I'll be where I belong, there in my haven of rest, where each mountain top wears a halo of fleecy white clouds overhead, where symphonies ring from birds on the wing, and the grass is like a soft feather bed. Take me back to the prairie, back to the land I love best, so that when I am gone, I'll be where I belong, there in my haven of I got a feeling called the blues, oh Lord, since my baby said goodbye. Well, I don't know what I'll do. All I do is sit and cry. Oh Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would die. She'll do me, she'll do you. She got the kind of loving, Lord, I love to hear her when she called me sweet daddy, daddy. Such a beautiful dream. I hate to think it all over. I've lost my heart, it seems. I've grown so used to you somehow. Well, I'm nobody's sugar daddy now, and I'm alone, lonesome. I got the lovesick blues. Well, I'm in love with the beautiful gal. That's what's the matter with me. I'm in love with a beautiful gal. She don't care about me. Well, I tried and I tried to keep her satisfied. She just wouldn't stay. So now that she is leaving, this is all that I can say. I got a feeling called the blues, oh Lord, since my baby said goodbye. Well, I don't know what I'll do. I do is sit and cry. Oh Lord, that last long day she said goodbye. Well, Lord, I thought I would die. She'll do me, she'll do you. She's got the kind of loving. Lord, I love to hear her when she called me sweet Daddy. Such a beautiful dream. I hate to think it all over. I've lost my heart, it seems. I've grown so used to you somehow. Well, I'm nobody's sugar daddy now, and I'm lonesome. I got the lovesick blues. Today I passed you on the street, and my heart fell at your feet. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Somebody else stood by your side, and he looked so satisfied. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past came slowly stealing as I brushed your arm and walked so close to you. Then suddenly I got that old time feeling. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. A picture from the past came slowly stealing as I brushed your arm and walked so close to you. Then suddenly I got that old time feeling. I can't help it if I'm still in love with you. Low and lonely, sad and blue, thinking only of little you, always trying to keep from crying. I'm low and lonely, lonely over you. Do you miss me? Say you do. Tell me, darling, tell me true. Do you yearn, dear, for my return, dear? I'm low and lonely, lonely over you. Tell me, darling, tell me true. Do you miss me? Say you do. Do you yearn, dear, for my return, dear? I'm low and lonely, lonely over you.
Okay, here's one that I recorded a number of years ago, and we had a few requests for this. You know, I like to please everyone I possibly can without just absolutely getting out of the business. So I want to please the boys in the band. If you're going to laugh, Purcell, get a ticket. Here's one called... Oh, this is high, so don't get too close to the cameras, boys. Don't get too close to the cameras on this one. This is so high it hurts. Besides, I had spaghetti a while ago. And I don't want to be lassoing any of these cameras. Okay. Don't worry.
worry about me. It's all over now. Though I may be blue, I'll manage somehow. Love can't be explained, can't be controlled. One day it's warm, the next day it's cold. Oops. Don't pity me, 'cause I'm feeling blue. Don't be ashamed, it might have been you. Oh, Lord, kiss me one time, then go, Lord. It's all right. Don't worry about me. Oh, Pluto!
I told you the last time, Pluto, get it fixed, baby, get it fixed. You're gonna wind up without a job one morning, Pluto. Keep it up, boy, some of these days. Oh, will you please get that thing fixed?
Sweet, sweet, sweet love, I want you to be as happy as I when you love me. I'll never forget you. You're a sweet memory. It's all over now. Don't worry about me. When one heart tells one heart goodbye, one heart is free. One heart will cry. Oh, sweet, sweet baby, sweet baby, sweet. It's all right. Don't worry about me.
All the time we have, my friends, right now is just time to say thanks for watching. Here's a little bit of a song that we've had so many requests for. We'll use this as a theme.
Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find me in Rose's Cantina. Music would play and Felina would whirl. Blacker than night were the eyes of Felina, wicked and evil while casting a spell. My love was deep for this Mexican maiden. I was in love, but in vain I could tell. One night a wild young cowboy came in, wild as the West Texas wind. Dashing and daring, a drink he was sharing with wicked Felina, the girl that I love. So in anger I challenged his right for the love of this maiden. Down went his hand for the gun that he wore. My challenge was answered in less than a heartbeat. The handsome young stranger lay dead on the floor. Just for a moment I stood there in silence, shocked by the foul, evil deed I had done. Many thoughts raced through my mind as I stood there. I had but one chance, and that was to run. Out through the back door of Rosie's I ran, out where the horses were tied. I caught a good one, it looked like it could run. Up on its back and away I did ride, just as fast as I could from the West Texas town of El Paso out to the Badlands of New Mexico. Back in El Paso my life would be worthless. Everything's gone in life, nothing is left. It's been so long since I've seen the young maiden. My love is stronger than my fear of death. I saddled up and away I did go, riding alone in the dark. Maybe tomorrow a bullet will find me. Tonight nothing's worse than this pain in my heart. And at last here I am on the hill overlooking El Paso. I can see Rose's cantina below. My love is strong and it pushes me onward. Down off the hill to Felina I go. Off to my right I see 5 mounted cowboys. Off to my left, right, a dozen or more. Shouting and shooting, I can't let them catch me. I have to make it to Rose's back door. Something is dreadfully wrong, for I feel a deep burning pain in my side. Though I am trying to stay in the saddle, I'm getting weary, unable to ride. But my love for Felina is strong, and I rise where I've fallen. Though I am weary, I can't stop to rest. I see the white puff of smoke from the rifle. I feel the bullet go deep in my chest. From out of nowhere, Felina has found me, kissing my cheek as she kneels by my side. Cradled by 2 loving arms that I'll die for. One little kiss, then Felina, goodbye.
Oh, my boys, it looks like the old clock on the wall said it's just about, hey, somebody stole the old clock. We'll see you later.
From Nashville, Tennessee, this has been the Marty Robbins Show, featuring that smooth singing, hard riding, straight shooting, country western balladeer. Marty, you can't win them all, Robbins. Join us again next week at the same time for the Marty Robbins Show, I hope.
Performing for his fans. That's what Marty Robbins loved. And when Marty stepped on stage, he was there to entertain. Fans the world over knew the excitement of a Marty Robbins concert. And now that can all be yours for the first time with his 55-minute live concert video. Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music. You'll hear him sing A White Sport Coat, Devil Woman, El Paso, and many others. Sure to be a collector's item, Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music will put you right back in his audience. The way it was, the way you've always remembered it.
Walter Brennan would have said, "Well, you did come tootin', Gabby. I'll go along with you on that."
Letters tied in blue, a photograph or two. I find a rose from you among my souvenirs.
Marty Robbins, super legend. Now his remarkable story is available on video cassette. Relive the many facets of his life and career through the eyes of his friends and family, the special sound of his music, and with Marty himself, featuring 18 performance clips, including El Paso and White Sport Coat, the excitement of his racing on the Grand National Circuit, scenes from his action-packed movies, personal stories from the stars, and private moments with his wife and children. Marty Robbins, super legend.
I'm Ronnie Robbins. Now, for the first time, you can have your own personal copy of Daddy's Story. It's available on VHS or Beta with an extra segment not seen on the original broadcast of stories from Daddy, our friends, and family.
I see it in your eyes. Some memories just won't die. They call me the drifter, they say I'm no good. I'll never amount to a thing. I'll never be trapped by a young lady's smile. Wedding bells never will ring. See them tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Oh, Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool. Each star's a pool of water, cool water. I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree.
The Marty Robbins Show was originally broadcast in 1968 and 69 with 39 shows taped in those 2 seasons. We have taken the best performances and grouped them into a volume format to give you as much entertainment as possible.
From Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA, and country western music capital of the world, it's the Marty Robbins Show. Now, the star of our show, Marty Robbins himself.
Where's that gal with the red dress on? Some folks call her Dinah. Stole my heart away from me way down in Louisiana. Take me back to Tulsa, I'm too young to marry. Take me back to Tulsa, I'm too young to marry.
My boy Bandit.
With a great big smile, never do look sour. Travel all over the country, singing by the hour. Take me back to Tulsa, I'm too young to marry. Take me back to Tulsa, I'm too young to marry.
E-flat, boys.
The Mississippi River muddy Mississippi River, with water so deep and wide. My thoughts of you keep rising, just like an evening tide. I'm just like a seagull Mississippi River, you keep on calling me. I'm gonna pack my grip and head that way. You'll see me hanging around again someday, 'cause I know that's the only way to lose the mean old Mississippi River blues. The Mississippi River blues. I'm gonna pack my grip and head that way. You'll see me hanging around again someday, 'cause I know that's the only way to lose the mean old Mississippi River blues. The Mississippi River blues. Oh, me. Oh, my friends. My dear and wonderful friends, thank you so very much. We're going to take just a second or two here, and we're going to come right back with a couple of more songs. I told Mary about us, told her about our great sin. Mary cried and forgave me, and Mary took me back again. Said if I wanted my freedom, I could be free evermore. But I don't want to be, and I don't want to see Mary cry anymore. Devil woman, let go of me. Devil woman, let me be, and leave me alone. I want to go home. Mary's waiting and weeping down in our shack by the sea. Even after I've hurt her There he's still in love with me. Devil woman, it's over. Trapped no more by your charms. 'C's I don't wanna stay, I wanna get away. Woman, let go of my arm. Devil woman, let go of me. Devil woman, let me be. Leave me alone, I wanna go home. Running along by the seashore, running as fast as I can. Even the seagulls are happy, glad I'm coming home again. Never again will I ever cause another tear to fall. Down the beach I see what belongs to me, the one I want most of all. Devil woman, don't follow me. That was good. Devil woman, let me be and leave me alone. I wanna go home.
Mighty good, boy.
Sonny Jim.
Mighty good.
The winds are sad today. Since you went away, there is no gladness. Since there's no you, the winds go. How very strange that I find comfort when and tell my heart that she belongs to me. But still the winds know, because the winds go. How very strange that I find comfort when I love and tell my heart that she belongs to me. But still the winds know, because the winds go.
Very good, boys. We don't have a lot of time, my friends. This particular song right here I wrote because I was riding fence for a cattle company back in Arizona when I was just a very, very young man. And I was going to crawl through the fence, and it was a barbed wire fence, and I got it hung up in the back, and it gave me the idea for the song.
Oh, sure.
It was called Never Tie Me Down. We only have time to run through this once. No intermission on this one.
Give me lots of elbow room, but never tie me down. Let me see the mountains over yonder. Give me lots of elbow room, but never tie me down. Let me ride and roam and let me wander. Let me see the rivers, let me see the waterfall. Let me ride until I've seen the beauty of it all. Make me sleep out in the cold upon a dampened ground, but never tie me down.
Boys, you were great on that one. Here's one. You have the introduction on this, don't you, Bluto? What's the name of it? Feel a heartache, another heartache coming on. Go right ahead.
I was doing fine to you. showed up this morning. Then I got that feeling that I thought was gone. You were just too much to take without a warning. Oh, I feel another heartbreak coming on. I had taught myself to get along without you. It took weeks to make things right that you made wrong. And just like that, you shattered all I worked for. Oh, I feel another heartbreak coming on. Didn't have enough time to get over. Just from dawn till dark and dark till dawn, I was doing fine till you showed up this morning. Oh, I feel another heartbreak coming on. I traded a heart full of love for a handful of kisses that you were just throwing away. I traded a lifetime of dreams for a few carefree moments that you felt like wasting that day. If I had known you didn't care, I wouldn't be so blue. I'd have left my heart at home, played the game like you. I'm hoping that you've had your fun, 'cause the handful of kisses has broken my trusting heart in two. I gave you a love that was true for a heart that was fickle. I wish I had known at the time. You had me fooled for a while, 'cause I thought that you meant it when you said that you would be mine. But now that we have said goodbye, I see the light of day. I've had a moment's happiness, but what a price to pay. I traded a heart full of love for a handful of kisses that you were just throwing away.
Go ahead, Brutal, baby, hit it.
I'm throwing rice at the girl that I love after she just said I do. I'm throwing rice with a smile on my lips, but somehow. I stepped aside after I kissed the bride, and I'm throwing rice at her now. She was my gal, and he was my pal. She loved him better somehow. I stepped aside after I kissed the bride. I'm throwing rice at her
Hi, friends. Oh, it's so good to be back here with you folks. I've missed you so much this past week. Right, boys? We were out in Nebraska about, You guys are doing it all wrong. We were out in Nebraska, I guess 7 or 8 years ago, and we stopped at this little place way out in the country. There was nothing but a service station on one side. On the other side was a grocery store and a post office. The service station had a little restaurant there. It had a little counter there with 4 stools, and it had a little table, 4 chairs. And there's one old fella in there. I guess he was either Greek or Italian. But he had one of these old-fashioned pie racks, you know. It's one of those little circular deals, you know, and should have a little thing on the back to close it, but it wasn't, see? Well, there was some pie in there, and I wanted a piece of pie. And so I said, give me a piece. There was a lot of flies. That's why I happen to remember this, because of the flies that were in this little restaurant. And I said to this old fella, I said, is that a raisin pie? He said, sure. No, she's a peach. Okay.
Oh, that ought to get some mail.
Oh, my goodness. I apologize for not changing to Western costume, my friends. I apologize for the boys here. We didn't have time. It was a kind of a short commercial.
Yeah.
I was about halfway out of this shirt, and they said, you haven't got time, so we had to come right back. Here's a pretty song we hope that you'll enjoy, one called No One to Cry To.
No one to cry to, no one to hold me tight, no one to tell my troubles to, no one to cry to, no one to say good night, no one to cheer me when I'm blue. I go home to my lonely room and find there's no one there. And each night I beg of you, please answer this one prayer and give me someone to cry to, someone to say I do, someone to whisper I love you.
Put it there, boy. Very good, huh?
Her eyes were blue, her hair was auburn, her smile was like an angel's there. She was her daddy's only daughter on the Tennessee border. One night I took a ride just across the line. I picked her up in a pickup truck and she broke this heart of mine. Her mama said, she's my only daughter. But we got married on the Tennessee border. Auburn. Her smile was like an angel's there. She was her daddy's only daughter on the Tennessee border. One night I took a ride just across the line. Well, I picked her up in a pickup truck and she broke this heart of mine. Her mama said no, she's my only daughter. We got married on the Tennessee border. Anytime you're feeling lonely, anytime you're feeling blue, anytime you see a rainbow, that will be a sign the storm is through. Anytime will be the right time. Anytime at all will do. Anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you. Anytime your world gets lonely and you find true friends a few, anytime you see a rainbow, that will be a sign the storm is through. Anytime will be the right time. Anytime at all will do. Anytime you say you want me back again, that's the time I'll come back home to you.
Okay,
I would like to do a song for you folks on the piano, if you don't mind. Time has come. We've had so many requests. It's thousands upon thousands for me to play and sing at the piano. Okay, boys. I want to do this number, my friends, for a very dear friend of mine out in the state of Idaho. The show is on out there. It's in the key of D, I believe. And his name is Carr. I don't know if you folks met him out there. His name is Mr. Carr, and he's in he sells houses, and mostly he sells bathroom fixtures. And he calls himself, well, it's used bathroom fixtures is what he sells, mostly. And he calls himself Honest Carr, the used John dealer. All right. Candy kisses wrapped in paper mean more to you than any of mine. Candy kisses wrapped in paper, you'd rather have them any old time. You don't mean it when you whisper those sweet love words in my ear. Candy kisses wrapped in paper mean more to you than mine do, dear. I built a castle out of dreams, dear. I thought that you were building too. Now my castle all have fallen, and I am left alone and blue. Once my heart was filled with gladness, now there's sadness, only tears. Candy kisses wrapped in paper mean more to you than mine do, dear. Okay. Oh, thank you, my dear friends. Thank you so very much. We're going to take about a minute here to sort of get ready for a little cowboy song that you folks have asked for.
As I walked out in the streets of Laredo, as I walked out in Laredo one day, I spied a young cowboy wrapped all in white linen, wrapped in white linen as cold as the clay. So beat the drum slowly and play the fife lowly, sing the death march as you carry me along. Take me to the valley, there lay the Sadori. I'm a young cowboy and know I've done. When you're all alone at home and no one calls you on the phone, call me up and I'll come calling on you. When there's teardrops big and round in your eyes so big and brown, and your little old heart's about to break in two. Well, I know, you know, we know that, they know I'm in love with you. Call me up and I'll come calling on you. Call me up and I'll come calling on you. When you're all alone at home and no one calls you on the phone, call me up and I'll come calling on you. When there's teardrops big and round in your eyes so big and brown, and your little old heart's about to break in two. Well, I know, you know, we know that, they know I'm in love with you. Call me up and I'll come calling on you. Yes, sir. Thank you, my friend. Go right ahead, Bluto. A sinner's prayer is never answered. A sinner's dream cannot come true. I love now loves another, so sad am I, alone and blue. Upon my bosom lies your picture, with tear-dimmed eyes I placed it there. Down on my knees I prayed to heaven, but angels heed no sinner's prayer. A sinner's prayer is never answered. A sinner's hopes are all in vain. The one I love now loves another. I'll never see my love again. Lord above, please hear my pleading. Bow not my head in deep despair. She's all I love. She's all I'm needing. Oh, won't you heed a sinner's prayer?
Welcome to the corral, my friends, and the Bar Nothing Trio. Here is a number here, cowboy song. This is sort of a long one, and it's about a halfway through song. I wrote this song about
a cowboy that was killed in Madison Square Garden riding bulls. But I never could write about a bull, see? So I wrote it about a cowboy and a horse. And it's called Old Red. A little introduction there, Tex.
Old Red was one of the orneriest yet I'd seen at the big rodeo. He'd bite you and kick you and stomp out your life. Old Red had never been rode. Meaner than sin, wild as the wind that blew on the Montana plains. Old Red was one of the last of his breed and wasn't about to be tamed. From Idaho, a young cowboy came to ride in the big rodeo. The young cowboy's name was Billy McLean, and Billy had never been throwed. The greatest desire filled young Billy's heart to ride this old outlaw called Red. He drew him one day and I heard Billy say, I'll ride him or drop over dead. Old Red was wicked down there in the chute. He was kicking and stomping about. Billy dropped into the saddle with ease and yelled, turn him loose, let us out. Old Red came out with his head on the ground. His back hooves were touching his nose, trying to get rid of the man on his back, but the man went wherever he'd go. Billy was raking Old Red with his spurs from his tail to the tip of his chin. He was doing right well, but Billy could tell this outlaw would never give in. Old Red was running straight for the fence, suddenly stopping, and then he reared on his hind legs, then fell on his back, taking poor Billy with him. There was a hush in the crowd and they knew this would be Billy's last ride. The saddle horn crushed Billy's chest when they fell, and under Old Red Billy died. Old Red lay still, no more would he move. The cowboys that seen it could tell. In trying to throw Billy off of his back, Old Red broke his neck when he fell. Out in the west is a place where they rest this cowboy that never was thrown. And 1 foot away, resting there neath the clay, is the outlaw that never was rode. I'm drifting into deep water. I'm starting to care for you. You're driving me to deep water. Be careful what you do. You want a romance, but I'm seeking love. I know I'll regret it when it ends. I'm winding up in deep water. Why can't we just be friends? Seeking love, I know I'll regret it when it ends. just be friends.
Oh, yeah. What happened, boy? It's all right.
There was a time when I thought of no other, and we sang our own love's refrain. I thought nothing could stop me from loving you. Time changes everything. Good luck to you, and may God bless you. I can't say I won't love again. You go your way, I will go mine. Yeah, yeah. Time changes everything. I'm trying to. I forgot you. Mother Nature does wonderful things. You go your way and I will go mine, 'cause time changes everything.
Thank you.
Tomorrow's just another day to wish you hadn't gone away. Tomorrow's just another day to cry. Tomorrow I'll be twice as blue, 'cause I'm still in love with you. And I'll love you till the day I die. I tried my best to hold you from the very start. I cried the night you told me we would have to part. Tomorrow's just another day to wish you hadn't gone away. Tomorrow's just another day to cry. Best to hold you from the very start. I cried the night you told me we would have to part. Tomorrow's just another day to wish you hadn't gone away. Tomorrow's just another day to cry.
Boys, you were great. Great, my boys. We're going to take, I guess about a minute here, and we'll be right back with more music.
the shining hour of Kalu. Her song is in the air, her lips are waiting there. Who will be Kalua's only love? Before the night is over, my arms will hold Kalu. And as the trade winds blow soft and low, our love will blossom bright in the night. Stars will sing above the love song of Kalu. Before the night is over, my arms will hold Kalu. And as the trade winds blow soft and low, our love will blossom bright in the night. Stars will sing above the love song of Kalu.
Here's one I used to sing to my mother many years ago.
When I was but a little boy, how well I recollect how I would grieve my mother with my folly and neglect. But now she's up in heaven, and she's with the angels there. Oh, Savior, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell mother I'll be there, and join with her in prayer. Savior, tell my mother I'll be there. Tell mother I'll be there in answer to her prayer. Oh, Savior, tell my mother I'll be
This is such a long song, my friends, we only have time to say that we love you and thanks for listening. Give us a little intro, my boy.
Out in the West Texas town of El Paso, I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find me in Rose's Cantina, music would play and Felina would whirl. Blacker than night were the eyes of Felina, wicked and evil while casting a spell. My love was deep for this Mexican maiden. I was in love, but in vain I could tell. One night a wild young cowboy came in, wild as the West Texas wind. Dashing and daring, a drink he was sharing with wicked Felina, the girl that I love. So in anger I challenged his right for the love of this maiden. Down went his hand for the gun that he wore. My challenge was answered in less than a heartbeat. The handsome young stranger lay dead on the floor. Just for a moment I stood there in silence, shocked for the foul evil deed I had done. Many thoughts raced through my mind as I stood there. I had but one chance and that was to run. Out through the back door of roses I ran, out where the horses were tied. I caught a good one, it looked like it could run. Up on its back and away I did ride, just as fast as I could from the West Texas town of El Paso out to the Badlands of New Mexico. Back in El Paso, my life would be worthless. Everything's gone in life, nothing is left. It's been so long since I've seen the young maid. My love is stronger than my fear of death. I saddled up and away I did go, riding alone in the dark. Nothing's worse than this pain in my heart. And at last here I am on the hill overlooking El Paso. I can see Rose's cantina below. My love is strong and it pushes me onward. Down off the hill to Felina I go. From out of nowhere Felina has found me, kissing my cheek as she kneels by my side. Cradled by two loving arms that I'll die for, one little kiss then Felina,
From Nashville, Tennessee, country western music capital of the world, this has been the Marty Robbins Show. 30 minutes of rhythm riding, ballad crooning, hoedowning, fun and frolic with Robbins' merry men of music. And starring America's favorite, the king of country western balladeers, Marty, there's gold in them there tonsils, Robbins.
Performing for his fans. That's what Marty Robbins loved. And when Marty stepped on stage, he was there to entertain. Fans the world over knew the excitement of a Marty Robbins concert. And now that can all be yours for the first time with his 55-minute live concert video. Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music. You'll hear him sing A White Sport Coat, Devil Woman, El Paso, and many others. Sure to be a collector's item, Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music will put you right back in his audience. The way it was, the way you've always remembered it.
Walter Brennan would have said, "Well, you dead gum tootin', Gabby. I'll go along with you on that."
is tied in blue. A photograph or two. I find a rose from you among my souvenirs.
Marty Robbins, super legend. Now his remarkable story is available on video cassette. Relive the many facets of his life and career through the eyes of his friends and family, the special sound of his music, and with Marty himself, featuring 18 performance clips, including El Paso and white sport coat, the excitement of his racing on the Grand National Circuit, scenes from his action-packed movies, personal stories from the stars, and private moments with his wife and children. Marty Robbins, super legend.
I'm Ronnie Robbins. Now, for the first time, you can have your own personal copy of Daddy's Story. It's available on VHS or Beta with an extra segment not seen on the original broadcast of stories from Daddy, our friends, and family.
I see it in your eyes. Some memories just won't die. They call me the drifter, they say I'm no good. I'll never amount to a thing. I'll never be trapped by a young lady's smile. Wedding bells never will ring. See them tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Oh, Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool. Each star's a pool of water, cool water. I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree.
The Marty Robbins Show was originally broadcast in 1968 and 69 with 39 shows taped in those two seasons. We have taken the best performances and grouped them into a volume format to give you as much entertainment as possible.
From Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA, and country western music capital of the world, it's the Marty Robbins Show. Now, the star of our show, Marty Robbins himself.
If the world keeps on turning, and I know it's bound to do, then I'll keep on loving you. If the stars stay in heaven and the moon up in the blue, then I'll keep on loving you. What if things change? Sky would fall, the dawn would come, the world would start. I wouldn't care long as you're near. It wouldn't matter to me at all. If the world keeps keeps on turning, and I know it's bound to do, then I'll keep on loving you.
Oh, yeah.
What if things changed? Sky would fall, the dawn wouldn't come, the world would stall. I wouldn't care long as you're near, wouldn't matter to me at all. If the world keeps on turning, and I know it's bound to do, then I'll keep on loving you. Stayed awake last night, and I walked the floor. What makes you want to leave? You gave me your love, then you gave me your vows. Now you're leaving me here to grieve. Live and let live. Don't break my heart. Don't leave me here to cry. I never could live if we should part. Tell me you don't mean goodbye. You're the one who made me love you so. You're the one who's making me cry. You're the one who breaks my heart if you go. Tell me you don't mean goodbye. Live and let live. Don't break my heart. Don't leave me here to cry. I never could live if we should part. Tell me you don't mean goodbye.
Oh, my friends, what can I say besides I love you? It's good to be here again today. That's the only one you know, isn't it, Purcell? The only little riff you know. The only one. You do it every day. Next time, will you get a new one, please? Even the people have started writing about it. Okay. We'll be back in about 1 minute, my friends, with a brand new piano player.
Take a look at the sky where the whippoorwill trills, and the mountain so high where the cataract spills. Take a look at the falls and the rippling rills. Hear the wanderlust call of the whispering hills, the rippling rills, the cataract spills, the whippoorwill trills. Oh, the rippling rills, the cataract spills, the whippoorwill trills. Oh, the rippling rills, the cataract spills, the whippoorwill trills. Let me live on the range, it's where the tumbleweeds grow. Let the silver sands change where the prairie winds blow. Let the wanderers sing where the wanderers go. Let the melody ring, for he's happy, I know. The wanderers go, the prairie winds blow, the tumbleweeds grow. Oh, the wanderers go, the prairie winds blow, the tumbleweeds grow. Oh, the wanderers go, the prairie winds blow, the tumbleweeds grow. Let me follow the trail where the buffalo roam. Let a silver cloud sail where the setting sun shone. Let the lobo wolf wail in a broken heart tone. Let it storm, let it gale, still the prairie's my home. A broken heart tone, the setting sun shone, the buffalo roam. Oh, a broken heart tone, the setting sun shone, the buffalo roam. Oh, a broken heart tone, the setting sun shone, the buffalo roam. The prairie's my home. Now is the hour when we must say goodbye. Soon you'll be sailing far across the sea, while you're away. Please remember when you return, you'll find me waiting here. While you're away, oh, please remember me when you return. You'll find me waiting here. If it's wrong to love you, wrong I'll always be. Though the world world may scorn me, darling, can't you see? I can't change my heart now, you're a part of me. But if it's wrong to love you, wrong I'll always be. Though we met too late, dear, and you'll never know that without a right to, I have loved you so. But I can't change my heart now, you're a part of me. But if it's wrong to love you, wrong I'll always be. Too late, dear, and you'll never know that without a right to, I have loved you so. But I can't change my heart now, you're a part of me. But if it's wrong to love you, wrong I'll always be.
Boys, you were great. You see, Blodo, baby.
Day is done and here am I, alone and you know why. Roll along, Kentucky moon. Shed your ray of golden light on the one I love tonight. Roll along, Kentucky moon. You were watching on high as we whispered goodbye. Was a love dream that ended too soon. But wherever she may be, go bring her back to me. Roll along, Kentucky moon. You were watching on high as we whispered goodbye. Was a love dream that ended too soon. But wherever she may be, go bring her back to me. Roll along, Kentucky moon.
Oh, sorry, Mike, sorry.
I walk alone where once we wandered. It seems so strange that you are gone. Till you return, I'll stay the same, dear. I'll still be true and walk alone. Flame of love is brightly burning. You know that I'm stay the same, dear. I'll still be true and walk all alone. Roly-poly, Daddy's little fatty, hungry every minute of the day. Roly-poly, gnawing on a biscuit, long as he can chew it, it's okay. Pulls every weeds and does the chores, and he runs both ways to all the stores. He works up an appetite that way. Roly-poly, Daddy's little fatty, I bet he's gonna be a man someday. And he runs both ways to all the stores. He works up an appetite that way. Roly-poly, Daddy's little fatty, I bet he's gonna be a man someday. I'll sing you a true song of Billy the Kid. I'll sing of some desperate deeds that he did way out in New Mexico long, long ago, when a man's only chance was his old 44. When Billy the Kid was a very young lad, in old Silver City he went to the bed, way out in the West with a gun in his hand. At the age of 12 years he did kill his first man. There's Mexican maidens play guitars and sing songs about Billy, their boy bandit king. Ere his young manhood has reached its sad end, with a notch on his pistol for 21 men. Was on a sad night when poor Billy died. He said to his friends, I'm not satisfied. There's 21 men I have put bullets through. Sheriff Pat Garrett must make 22. I'll sing you how Billy the Kid met his fate. The bright moon was shining, the hour was late. Shot down by Pat Garrett, who once was his friend. The young outlaw's life has now come to an end. There's many a man with a face fine and fair, who start out in life with a chance to be square. Just like poor Billy, they wander astray, and they'll lose their lives in the very same way. Have you ever found yourself out chasing rainbows, when that pot of gold was right there in your arms? Have you ever took for granted. To try and win another's charm. I've been blinded by the color of the rainbow. I've been stepping over dollars just for dime. Did you ever find yourself chasing rainbow when that pot of gold was right there all the time? I've been blinded by the color of the rainbow. I've been stepping over dollars just for a dime. Did you ever find yourself chasing rainbows when that pot of gold was right there all the time? Spot I know where no man may go, where the shadows have all of the room. I was riding free on that old SP, humming a southern tune, when a man came along, made me hush my song, keep me off away out there. As she went passing by, I caught her on the fly, and I climbed in an open door. Then I turned around to the desert ground, I would see no more. And as she rode away, I heard that pale moon say, sure gets lonesome way out here.
Boys, all right. You know, being on this fence like this, you know, like this reminds me of a bird.
A bird?
Yes, the mugwump.
A mugwump? What's a mugwump?
You don't know what a mugwump is?
No.
Well, if Purcell's shut up, I'll tell you. A mugwump is a bird that sits on a fence just like this, with his mug on one side and his wump on the other.
Oh.
Give me a little introduction to the song, boys.
Oh, the roses haven't bloomed in People's Valley, and the old mill wheel we played on doesn't turn, and the brook still calls your name in People's Valley, but the mockingbirds won't sing till you till I heard from you. A year has passed and still there's not one word from you. You told me when the grass was green you'd come to me. I watched the trail and wait for you to write to me. When your drifting's done, I'll be in People's Valley, in the meadow where the brook still calls your name. I had one kiss too many, and it went right to my heart. What a fool I was to fall in love with you. I had one kiss too many, and it took me by surprise. I knew that you were only playing a game. I knew the morning after I'd made a big mistake. That extra kiss was more than this poor heart of mine could take. I had one kiss too many, I'll remember it and cry. 'Cause when I kissed you, I kissed my heart goodbye. I knew the morning after I'd made a big mistake. That extra kiss was more than this poor heart of mine could take. I had one kiss too many, I'll remember it and cry. 'Cause when I kissed you, I kissed my heart goodbye. If I said a rose to you for every time you made me blue, you'd have a room full of roses. And if I sent a rose of white for every time I cried at night, you'd have a room full of roses. And if you took the petals and you tore them all apart, you'd be tearing at the roses the way you tore my heart. If someday you're feeling blue and you could send some roses too, well, I don't want a room full of roses. I just want my arms full of you.
Boys, you were great on that one.
Oh. You hear the marks? Yes, sir. Oh, I'm proud of these boys, my friends. I do hope that you folks realize that you're looking at some of the world's finest musicians. Some of the finest that have ever stepped across a stage. Some of the finest musicians, my friends, that you'll find on this particular stage at this moment.
Beyond the reef, where the sea is dark and cold, my love has gone, and my dreams grow old. There'll be no tears, there'll be no regretting. Will she remember me? Will she forget? I'll send 1,000 flowers where the trade winds blow. I'll send my lonely heart, 'cause I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then my heart will be beyond the I'll send 1,000 flowers where the trade winds blow. I'll send my lonely heart, 'cause I love her so. Someday I know she'll come back again to me. Till then my heart will be beyond
Well, my friends, we've been just about every place today. We've been in the United States with songs. We've been over in the islands with songs. We're going to go way out west now, sing a song about Georgia. One called the Columbus Stockade Blues.
way down in Columbus, Georgia. Want to be back in Tennessee. Way down in Columbus, Stockade. Friends have turned their backs on me. Go and leave me if you wish to. Never let me cross your mind. In your heart, you love another. Leave me, darling, I don't mind. Last night, as I lay sleeping, I dreamed I held you in my arms. When I woke, I was mistaken. I was peeking through the bars. Go and leave me if you wish to. Never let me cross your mind. In your heart, you love another. Leave me, darling, I don't mind. Leave me, darling, I don't mind. Rosalita, my little rose of the rancho, you won my heart down by the Rio. Dry your eyes and don't be blue, Nanita. I'll come back to you, my little Rosalita. Each night I tell the moon on high in all of its glory of you and I in days gone by in love's sweet story. Rosalita, another day is dawning. For you I'm longing, Rosalita. Each night I tell the moon on high in all of its glory of you and I in days gone by in love's sweet story. Rosalita, another day is dawning. For you I'm longing, Rosalita.
How about that?
Since you went away. Oh, how I miss you more every day. I'll be so happy when you're back to stay. Oh, how I miss you since you went away. I lost my sunshine the day you went away. All of my blue skies have turned into gray. Don't think I'm fooling when you hear me say, oh, how I miss you since you went away. I lost my sunshine the day you went away. All of my blue skies have turned into gray. I'll be so happy when you're back to stay. Oh, how I miss you since you went away. I was hanging around town, just spending my time, out of a job, not earning a dime. Feller steps up and he says, I suppose you're a bronc fighter from the looks of your clothes. You figures me right, I'm a good one to claim. Do you happen to have any bad ones to tame? Said he's got one, a bad one to buck. Throwing good riders, he's had lots of luck.
Well, I gets all het up and I ask what he pays to ride this old nag for a couple of days. He offered me 10 and I said, I'm your man. The bronc never lived that I couldn't fan. Said, get your saddle and I'll give you a chance. In his buckboard we hops and he drives to the ranch. Stayed until morning and right after Chuck steps out to see if this outlaw can buck. Down in the horse corral, standing alone, is an old caballo, a strawberry roan. His legs are all spavin', he's got pigeon toes, little pig eyes and a big Roman nose, little pin ears that touch at the tip, a big 44 brand up on his left hip, ewe-neck and old with a long lower jaw. I could see with one eye he's a regular outlaw. Well, I gets the blinds on him and it sure is a fright. Next comes my saddle and I screws it down tight. Then I steps on him and I raises the blind. It's get out the way, boys, he's gonna unwind. Well, he sure is a frog walker, he heaves a big sigh. He only likes swings for to be on the fly. Turns his old belly right up to the sun. Sure is a sun-fishing son of a gun. Well, he's about the worst bucker I've seen on the range. He'll turn on a nickel and give you some change. Hits on all fours and goes up on high. Leaves me a spinning up there in the sky. Turns over twice, comes back to earth, lights into cussing the day of his birth. I know there are ponies that I cannot ride. Some of them left, they haven't all died. I bet all my money the man ain't alive that'll stay with old Strawberry when he makes his high dive.
Nighttime finds us here at the corral on the Bar Nothing Ranch. We have, my friends, here is a song here. You know, I have some relatives out in Arizona, old cowboys. Still cowboying for a living, in fact, and they're up in their 70s. Been cowboys all their lives. I guess that's about the only thing they could do. But I want to dedicate this song to them. I wrote this especially for them. It's one called Lonely Old Bunkhouse.
On the ranch is a lonely old bunkhouse. Since all the old timers are gone, to a ranch with a much better bunkhouse that you hear about only in song, where each bunk has a soft feather pillow and there's soft downy rugs on the floor. In the yard there are green weeping willows and a welcome sign tacked on the door. Each night in my dream, down the trail I can see Travis and Lee, and they're waiting for me. On the ranch is a lonely old bunkhouse. Since all the old timers are gone, each night
trail I can see Travis and Lee, and they're waiting for me. On the ranch is a lonely old bunkhouse. Since all the old timers are gone.
Here's one called Red River Valley.
From this valley, they say you are going. We will miss your bright eyes and sweet smile, for you take with you all of the sunshine that is brightened our pathway a while. Then come sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that's loved you so true. For a long time, my darling, I've waited for those sweet words you never would say. Now at last all my fond hopes have vanished, for they say that you're going away. Then come sit by my side if you love me. Do not hasten to bid me adieu. Just remember the Red River Valley and the cowboy that's loved you so Nobody knew where he came from. They only knew he came in. Slowly he walked to the end of the bar and he ordered up one slug of gin. Well, I could see that he wasn't a large man. I could tell that he wasn't too tall. I judged him to be about 5'3", and his voice was a soft Texas drawl. Said he was needing some wages, for he could ride for the West. Said he could do most all kinds of work. Said he could ride with the best. There in his blue eyes was sadness, comes from the need of a friend. And though he tried, he still couldn't hide the loneliness there deep within. Said he would work through the winter for 30 a month and his board. Started to say where he might land a job when a fellow walked in through the door. I could see he was looking for trouble by the way that he came stomping in. He told me to leave Shorty there by himself, come down and wait on a man. The eyes of the little man narrowed,
smile disappeared from his face. Gone was the friendliness that I had seen, and a wild look of hate took its place. But the big one continued to mock him, and he told me that I'd better go. Find him a couple of glasses of milk, then maybe Shorty would grow. When the little man spoke, there was stillness. He made sure that everyone heard. Slowly he stepped away from the bar, and I still remember these words. Oh, it's plain that you're looking for trouble. Trouble's what I try to shun. If that's what you want, then that's what you'll get. Cowboy, we're both packing guns. His hand was already positioned, his feet wide apart on the floor. I hadn't noticed, but there on his hip was a short barrel Bat 44. It was plain he was ready and waiting. He leaned a bit forward and said, when you call me Shorty, say, Mister, my friend, maybe you'd rather be dead. In the room was a terrible silence as the big one stepped out on the floor. All drinking stopped, and the tick of the clock said death would wait 10 seconds more. Oh, we cursed once or twice in a whisper. Then he said with a snarl on his lips, nobody's mister to me, little man. And he grabbed for the gun on his hip. But the little man's hand was like lightning. The Bat 44 was the same. 44 spoke, and it sent lead and smoke and 17 inches of flame. Oh, the big one had never cleared leather, beaten before he could start. A little round hole had appeared on his shirt. The bullet went clear through his heart. The little man stood there a moment, then holstered that Bat 44. It's always this way, so I never stayed. Slowly he walked out the door. Nobody knew where he came from. They won't forget he came by. They won't forget how a 44 gun one night made the difference in size. As for me, I'll remember the sadness that shone in the eyes of the man. If we meet someday, you can bet I will say that it's me, Mr. Shorty, your friend.
Oh, me. Goodbye, that's all, my friends. That is all she wrote.
Performing for his fans, that's what Marty Robbins loved. And when Marty stepped on stage, he was there to entertain. Fans the world over knew the excitement of a Marty Robbins concert. And now that can all be yours for the first time with this 55-minute live concert video. Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music. You'll hear him sing A White Sport Coat, Devil Woman, El Paso, and many others. Sure to be a collector's item, Marty Robbins, A Man and His Music will put you right back in his audience. The way it was, the way you've always remembered it.
Walter Brennan would have said, "Well, you dead gum tootin', Gabby. I'll go along with you on that."
Some letters tied in blue, a photograph or two,
Marty Robbins, super legend. Now his remarkable story is available on video cassette. Relive the many facets of his life and career through the eyes of his friends and family, the special sound of his music, and with Marty himself, featuring 18 performance clips, including El Paso and white sport coat, the excitement of his racing on the Grand National Circuit, scenes from his action-packed movies, personal stories from the stars, and private moments with his wife and children. Marty Robbins, super legend.
I'm Ronnie Robbins. Now, for the first time, you can have your own personal copy of Daddy's Story. It's available on VHS or Beta with an extra segment not seen on the original broadcast of Stories from Daddy, Our Friends, and Family.
They call me the drifter, they say I'm no good. I'll never amount to a thing. I'll never be trapped by a young lady's smile. Wedding bells never will ring. See them tumbling down, pledging their love to the ground. Oh, Dan and I with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool. Each star's a pool of water, cool water. I'll be home for Christmas. You can plan on me. Please have snow and mistletoe and presents on the tree.
The Marty Robbins Show was originally broadcast in 1968 and 69 with 39 shows taped in those 2 seasons. We have taken the best performances and grouped them into a volume format to give you as much entertainment as possible.
From Nashville, Tennessee, Music City, USA, and country western music capital of the world, it's the Marty Robbins Show. Now, the star of our show, Marty Robbins himself.
Tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. I'm thinking tonight of her only, and I wonder if she ever thinks of me. What'd been better for us both had we never in this wide, wicked world ever met? The pleasure we both seen together, I am sure, love, I'll never forget. and shadows fall around me. Will you come, dear, and shed just one tear and say to the strangers around you that a heart you have broken lies here? Oh, I'm thinking tonight of my blue eyes, who is sailing far over the sea. Oh, I'm thinking tonight of her only, and I wonder if she ever thinks of me. Makes no difference now what kind of life fate hands me. I'll get along without you now, it's plain to see. I don't care what happens next, 'cause I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now. After all is said and done, I'll soon forget you. Although I know that it will be so hard to do. Let things happen as they will, and I'll get by somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now. Now that we have really parted, I can't believe we're through. I don't blame myself, I'm sure I don't blame you. There was something had to happen, and it happened somehow. I don't worry, 'cause it makes no difference now.
When he's at 90 miles from Nashville, I had a trip one time from Pendleton, Oregon. Caught a plane at 8 o'clock that evening and was supposed to be in Nashville at, I think, 8 o'clock the next morning. And we had so much trouble with planes, 6 hours over Chicago, and circling, trying to get in, you know. And, well, not 6 hours all at the same time, 4 hours. Then we went and refueled and came back for 2 more, because they knew we'd get in sometime or other. See. And, no kidding. And I was really tired, you know, because all I had, the clothes that I had was just the clothes that I had on, and changing planes in Kansas City, changed in a rainstorm, and I got soaking wet. So I was pretty miserable, but I ran up to the counter and I said, I'd like to get to Nashville, Tennessee. She said, the plane's leaving right now. So I ran. She gave me a ticket, and I ran just as hard as I could. And just as I got to the ramp, the plane was about 100 yards away, taxiing off. So I went back, and I said, look, I'd like to just get out of here. I like Chicago, wonderful city. But it's just that I didn't want to spend any more time there. And so I asked her how I could get out of there. She said, well, let's see, you can go, I said, any place. I said, take me out through Kansas City and Phoenix and bring me on back. I just want to get out. She said, well, let's see, I can route you down through Miami, Florida. You catch a plane here at 5 o'clock, I believe, and you go to Miami, Florida, and then back to Atlanta and catch a plane, or change planes, and then fly back to Nashville and get here at 9 o'clock. Well, that's all right, because I just wanted to ride. I just wanted to go someplace. So get on this plane, get over Louisville, Kentucky, and it catches on fire. We have to land, and I rode a bus the last 175 miles, and the boys beat me here by 3 hours.
Isn't that terrible? Oh, didn't you thrill at that story?
Okay. That, my friends, is the lesson for the day. Okay.
Just a little bit. I wrote you a letter, darling. Now your silence is explained. For the postman just returned it. And my dear, it's marked unclaimed. So the seal will stay unbroken. And a broken heart remains. There with every word I wrote you. In this letter marked
Okay. All right, give me a little introduction on this one, Bluto. I'm sure the folks will remember this one called Sweethearts or Strangers.
Sweethearts or strangers, it makes no difference now. I'll leave it up to you. Sweethearts or strangers, how do we go from here? What do you want to do? I guess I'll always love you, no matter what they say. By all the stars above you, we can't go on this way. Sweethearts or strangers, how do we go from here? Sweethearts or strangers, dear. I'll always love you, no matter what they say. By all the stars above you, we can't go on this way. Sweethearts or strangers, how do we go from here? Sweethearts or strangers, dear.
All right, thank you very much, my friends. You know, I've received a number of cards and letters saying, keep your eyes open when you sing. I can't, friends. It hurts. It hurts. I gotta close them. I tried to, but I can't.
One fond embrace, ahoy, until we meet One fond embrace, ahoy, until we again. Last night I heard a record playing on the radio as I walked through the door, and the song revived some sweet old memories, 'cause I knew I'd heard the tune somewhere before. I stopped and then I finally realized that you were here the night you wrote it, a song called The Beginning of Goodbye. I knew that night that it was over, that I couldn't keep you should I try, 'cause you were really talking to me when you wrote the beginning of goodbye. You left and patiently I've waited
I asked a little boy to call his daddy. He said he couldn't, then cried. And when I asked him what was wrong, here's what the boy replied. My daddy is only a picture in a frame that hangs on the wall. Each day I talk to my daddy, but he never talks at all. I tell him all of my secrets and all of my little plans, and from the way that he smiles at me, I know he understands. The angels took Daddy to heaven when I was going on 3, but I'll bet they never told him how blue and lonesome we'd be. I tried to cheer up my mama when the tears rolled down her face. My daddy is only a picture, but I'm trying to take his place.
Hi, friends. I'm back on the piano. Oh, good. Oh, my goodness. Purcell, how about it? You ready over there?
Born to lose, I've lived my life in vain. Every dream has only brought me pain. You were all the happiness I knew. Born to lose, and now I'm losing you. There's no use to dream of happiness. All I see is only loneliness. You've grown tired, and now you say we're through. Born to lose, and now I'm losing you. There's no use to dream of happiness. All I see is only loneliness. You wrote the happiness I knew. Born to lose, and now I'm losing you.
Oh, my friends. Oh, to satisfy the millions, I played the piano again. I'm going to do an album sometime of Marty at the piano. What are you laughing at, Purcell? You think it's funny or something?
I just found out what I'm going to give you for Christmas.
What are you going to give me for Christmas?
Candelabra. Oops. You ever said anything wish you had?
Okay. Well, my friends, we have a little riding to do here, and we got to go change clothes and get over to the corral. So don't run away because we'll be riding back.
Well, friends, here we are back at the old corral, but something is missing.
The boss.
Where is the head wrangler? Oh, there he is.
You really found something, haven't you? Okay. You know, we've had a couple of requests to do repeats on songs. Right? Bear me out, boys, right?
Right.
Right. So we want to do one that I think this is on the first show.
I believe it was.
Cool Waters. A little introduction, please.
All day I face the barren waste without the taste of water, cool water. Old Dan and I, with throats burned dry and souls that cry for water, cool, clear water. The nights are cool and I'm a fool. Each star's a pool of water, cool water. And with the dawn I'll wake and yawn and carry on to water, cool, clear water. Keep a-moving, Dan, don't you listen to him, Dad. He's the devil, not a man, and he spreads the burning sands with water. Dan, can you see that big green tree where the water's running free and it's waiting there for you and me? Water, cool, clear water. The shadows sway and seem to say, tonight we pray for water, cool water. And with the dawn I'll wake and yawn and carry on to water, cool, clear water, cool, clear water. Have I told you lately that I love you? Could I tell you once again somehow? Have I said with all my heart and soul that I adore you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. Have I told you lately when I'm sleeping? Every dream I dream is you somehow. Have I told you why the nights are long when you're not with me? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. My world would end today if I should lose you. I'm no good without you anyhow. Have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. My world would end today if I should lose you. I'm no good without you anyhow. Have I told you lately that I love you? Well, darling, I'm telling you now. The sun goes down and leaves me feeling blue. The iron curtain falls on this cold war with you. Though you won't speak and I won't speak, that's true. Two stubborn people with a cold war to go through. Why, oh, why should love ever come to couples like you and me, whose cold, cold wars are never done, and whose hearts just can't be free? Though you won't speak, and I won't speak, that's true. Two stubborn people with a cold war to go through. Why, oh, why should love ever come to couples like you and me, whose cold, cold wars are never done, and whose hearts just can't be free? Oh, you won't speak, and I won't speak, that's true. Two stubborn people with a cold war to go through.
Here's a number here. This is one of my favorite. This is my favorite of all Mexican numbers that I believe I've ever heard in my life. And this is an old number. It's sort of like a like the Mexican national anthem. Everybody in Mexico likes this. This is called La Paloma. Are you ready, Guy? Ready.
Cuando salí de La Habana, válgame Dios, nadie me ha visto salir si no fui yo. Una linda guachinanga, válgame Dios, que se vino tras de mí, que sí, Señor. Si a tu ventana llega una paloma, trátala con cariño, que es mi persona. Cuéntale tus amores, bien de mi vida. Corónala de flores, que es cosa mía. Ay, chinita, que sí. Ay, que dame tu amor. Ay, que vente conmigo, chinita, a donde vivo yo. I guess I'll take a walk tonight. I know that I can't sleep, and I won't go to bed at all. I just lay there and weep. Instead, I'll make our favorite spot. That's what I think I'll do. I've got those smoking cigarettes, drinking coffee, smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee all night long, wondering how a love so right could suddenly go wrong. I'd grab the next bus out of town, but I've gotta be near you. I've got those smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee blues. Smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee all night long, wondering how a love so right could suddenly go wrong. I'd grab the next bus out of town, but I've gotta be near you. I've got those smoking cigarettes and drinking coffee blues.
So, my friends, I wish you would drop us a card or a letter. Tell us what you think of the show. If you don't like it, why, don't tell us. No, I'm just kidding you. If you don't like it, it's one of those things in life that you just have to put up with if you haven't got a dial on that thing out there. Okay. All right, here's a number that I'd like to sing for you that comes out of an album that I have on the Columbia label called "'Tis a Sin." Now, boys, I don't know if you remember this or not. It isn't "It's a Sin," Bill. It's the name of the album is "It's a Sin." The song is "We're Not in Love." We're not in, this is in key of E, sorry. We're not in love. We haven't had the time to fall. Just a few stolen moments, and that is all.
To fall in love would complicate our lives, you know. We're not in love, but we're getting mighty close. We're getting close when I can't sleep, 'cause you aren't here. We're getting close when losing you is my greatest fear. I live my life for you alone, and heaven knows we're not in love, but we're getting mighty close.
Yeah. Oh. Let me tell you. Let me ask you. I couldn't hear that low note. Let me hear if I hit it. Not bad, Marty, not bad. Okay, my friends. I think I'll sing one called Why Should I Cry Over You?
Why should I cry over you, dear, when you never cry over me? You want to take without giving, and that's why our hearts disagree. You made our dream world a prison, but from now on you'll be free. Why should I cry over you when you never cry over me?
Boys, can you top this? This is another little story I want to tell you. Now, this really happened. I know you probably won't believe this. This is about a friend of mine out in Phoenix, Arizona, by the name of Fred Kerr. I used to work for him at a little nightclub he has there. And I moved to Nashville, and I'd been here a couple of years, and I used to call him every now and then, see how things were going, you know. And I called one time his wife, and she said he'd been in an automobile accident. And so, well, I went out to Phoenix about, I guess about 3 or 4 weeks after he'd had his accident, and I happened to go by this little nightclub that he owned, and he was working there during the day. He was back on the job already. And he'd been over here. He was around 70 years old, I guess. He'd been here since he was 6 years old, but he still spoke with a little bit of an accent. Now, wouldn't that get you, boys? And so he wanted to tell me just how serious his accident was. And what he wanted to say was this. He wanted to say, you know, Marty, if you'd have seen me the first week, you'd have said, he'll never make it. That's how bad a shape he was in. But he didn't tell it to me like this. He said it like this. He said, you know, Marty, if you was going to see me the first week, you were going to say, he didn't came.
Headed down life's crooked road, lots of things I never know. Cause of me not knowing, I now pine. Trouble got in the trail, spent the next 5 years in jail. Should have read that detour sign. Detour, there's a muddy road ahead. Detour, paid no mind to what it said. Detour, all these bitter things I find. Should have read that detour sign. Stuck in the mud, all my hopes dropped with a thud. I reckon my heartstrings were made of twine. Got no willpower to get from this hole that I'm in yet. Should have read that detour sign. Detour, there's a muddy road ahead. Detour, paid no mind to what it said. Detour, all these bitter things I find. Should have read that detour song. Trade all of my tomorrows for just one yesterday. 'Cause what good is life without the one you love? I trade all of my tomorrows, they're worthless anyway. If my arms can't hold the one I'm dreaming of, an empty world is all I have before me. I'd give anything if you were with me now. I'd trade all of my tomorrows for just one yesterday. I don't want to live without you anyhow. I'd trade all of my tomorrows for just one yesterday. For what good is life without the one you love? I'd trade all of my tomorrows, they're worthless anyway. If my arms can't hold the one I'm dreaming of, just an empty world is all I have before me. I'd give anything if you were with me now. I'd trade all of my tomorrows for just one yesterday. I don't want to live without you anyhow.
Boys, you were great.
We've had a number of requests for Hawaiian songs. And so here's one that sort of like a Hawaiian song. I guess because it says something in it about shore. And it's one called The Night I Came Ashore.
I fell in love the night I came ashore. You're what I'd wanted, what I'd waited for. I built my dreams too high, it seems that now the things I wanted turned out wrong somehow. The dawn will find me sailing back to sea. But when I go, I'll leave a part of me. Though you're untrue, what can I do? I love you. I can't forget you or the day I came ashore. Though you're untrue, what can I do? I love you. I can't forget you or the day I came ashore.
Oh, yeah. Here's a number that we put in a movie called From Nashville with Music. Do you remember that one?
Oh, yeah.
Do you remember this tune?
No.
Well, try it. Hello, Daily News. Give me classified ads. Running ad in your paper. Reading something like this. For sale, diamond ring. Odds and ends, household things. Oh, let me hear you, boys. Just give me a call. Say I'm selling all at a sacrifice. The wedding was called home. Said she loved my best friend. And these things just remind me of the fool I have been. Hello, Daily News. Well, howdy. What's the price of this ad? Oh, there's just one more thing. Had one wedding ring at a sacrifice. Oh, I didn't know that I could play the piano so well. I've been taking lessons. Jerry Lee Lewis has been giving me some lessons. Okay. My friends, we're going to have to get out of here because we got to get to the corral in a hurry. We'll see you over there. Ride, boys, ride. Well, we have a cowboy song here that was made famous by the Sons of the Pioneers a few years back. This, well,
Well, as far as I'm concerned, they are the only group that can sing the good cowboy songs.
True.
And if they were really in the business today, why, boys, be no use us even trying. Here's one called Teardrops in My Heart.
You'll never know I cried when I found out you lied. So I'll keep riding, hiding teardrops in my heart. A cowboy can't reveal a broken heart until he's all alone someplace unknown to play the part. Though I'm pretending that I don't care to be with you, my darling, it's my prayer. But way down deep inside, I can't give up my pride. So I'll keep riding, hiding teardrops in my heart.
From Nashville, Tennessee, this has been the Marty Robbins Show. Join us again next week at this same time for the king of country western balladeers, Marty Robbins.